taking place at those condos over the last couple of months since we were here last, and they're really starting to take shape now, and I think that those luxury condos are going to be something that really enhances the overall experience here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Absolutely. It was just a few months ago, there were just steel skeletons over there, and there was building material stage all around the property. Now you see them rising right up behind the turn 1 area and the straightaway that goes up to turns 3 all the way up to turn 4. Absolutely gorgeous. Inside, I've asked and they've shared with me what can be done with those. Really, it starts with just a empty shell, and then from there you could make it into a condo. Imagine an Airbnb. That would be quite a unique Airbnb to come and rent. Also, you can make it a showpiece for your automobile, so they can put in lifts for the car where the condo, whether it's on race day or just on member day, you could have the car be the showpiece of the display there. And then within 1 or 2 minutes, a car that's housed over there could be taking laps on this 16-turn Herman Tilke design course.
Yeah, I was explaining this to some of my friends at the dirt tracks that we worked the other night, telling them about the condos and the lifts, and brings your exotic race car up into the living area where you can sit there and watch it while you're watching the racing on the racetrack. And I'm not sure the comprehension level was there for them to understand exactly how great that opportunity is for people that have these great condos here.
And I've heard that they are going to continue building in new phases. They'll be on other parts of the track. I've even heard possibly in the middle of the loop that's formed by turns 11 through 15. There's a space of land there, so there's a chance that they will build more phases, but I've heard that the next phase could be on sort of the inside of the track. So as they continue to develop this wonderful motorsports country club here in North Georgia.
Yeah, you talk about the country club atmosphere. Not a lot of racetracks that we go to have a putting green nor a water slide at the pool area. Matter of fact, I don't know of another racetrack that has a pool area. So
I think that would be a first, as you've mentioned, and as well as an excellent workout facility here.
Yep.
And basketball hoops outside. Other racing type horsepower events happen here. About once a month they'll have a social for the members, and they'll have drift clubs come out here. I know I've been here a couple of times, and the best way I can describe it is the drivers are having a lot of fun melting the tires off these cars when they do, whether it's for socials. They'll have driving courses, stunt classes here, as well as that skid pad that they've done some new upgrades on. So whether you want to practice like you're driving on snow, or not the skid pad, the skid hill. The skid hill where they flush it with water and there is zero grip.
Yeah, they've had a lot of improvements made over that over the off season. One thing I definitely want to do, and I've talked with the folks here, as soon as the next Bobby Orr stunt driver class comes into play here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, I want to be here for that to see what they teach them and just see how that goes. I think that would be a very exciting thing to watch, how they teach Hollywood stunt drivers how to drive.
Well, you had mentioned Bobby Orr. When I hear that name, I'm thinking the hockey player.
Well, I'm thinking, yeah.
So this must be somebody different there.
Different Bobby Orr, yeah.
Okay.
Apparently.
Yes.
Could be the same, but I kind of doubt that. But the stunt drivers, they learn so much. They learn so much about how to weave in and out of close quarter driving, exactly how to keep those RPMs and that speed exactly the same, so they can make it look on screen as if they're having a chase that may even have sparks coming between the cars that might be digitally enhanced, although the cars never touch. So I'm looking forward to see how they teach that.
Well, and these are the classes where when you are completed with the class, your certificate basically would get you entry into doing filming, whether it's in Hollywood or here in the Atlanta metro area. If they need a stunt driver, you basically can do that work on set in the next, maybe the next big action adventure film that's out there.
And I've learned something in this last week, as a matter of fact. They have the Screen Actors Guild, which is a guild or a union for all of the people who are involved in acting. They also have the same thing for drivers that drive the movie sets, drive the animals, drive whatever, any of the drivers. I have a friend who is over all of the drivers for anybody that that moves any movie equipment or anything in the state of Georgia. And they have the same thing for stunt drivers. They have their own group of people and their own union, I guess you would call it, or organization for stunt drivers, much like the Screen Actors Guild has that for the actors. So it's a very intense group, and you're certified, ready to go once you complete this course.
Charles, at this point, I almost think we need the graphic to appear on the bottom of the screen. Professional driver on a closed course.
That's right. Yeah, that needs to come up. Do not try this at home.
No, and that, and to our viewers, thank you for coming along, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook Live. We encourage you to connect with Atlanta Motorsports Park on social media. I'm trying to think of all the ways, Charles, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Let's see. Give a like, give a follow, give a share, comment down below. Did we miss anything? Ring the bell for alert notifications.
That's right. Yeah, ring the bell and make sure that you.
Or how about this? Do all the things on all the places.
That's right.
That way you'll get notifications of what's happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, the grid has been released. Let's tell you who's bringing you this broadcast today. There you see some great shots from the drone. Jeffrey Farver in charge of that drone today, and he'll be bringing you some of the great shots from around the track. Our executive producer is Will Rigdon. Michaela Danny is our producer and director. Our cameramen today, Nolan Roth, also Branton McMahon, and Ethan Denny are on our cameras spread throughout the racetrack. Behind the pace car today, it's Rachel Heiler that's going to be behind the wheel of the pace car. And on the flag stand, we have Brent Landry. So that's our group of folks who are going to be involved in bringing you the racing today. John, it's always good to be here. It's good to see those Miatas on track. We always enjoy watching the Spec Miatas. And as we've talked about before, the reason they're called Spec Miatas is they have to meet certain specifications or certain specs. There's a limit to what can be done to these cars because they want to keep it affordable. They want to keep it low cost. We do see one BMW out there that is, and he has somehow in very slow motion turned that one around coming off of turn number 6.
Well, these Spec Miatas, about 2,200 pounds. Most of these Miatas were built around the year 2000, so we're getting to that point where these cars may very well be older than some of the drivers that are out there. Here's the scheduled starting lineup. Keith Williamson in the 64 will start on the pole. He was the quick qualifier, or had the quick time earlier in the qualifying session. Bill Miller in the number 5 will be alongside and on the outside of the front row. Blakely Fabiani picked up a win last year, and he will be inside row number 2 in the 85 with Bill Kring in the number 91 alongside. Andrew Go in the 213 will line up inside row number 3 with Yusuf Muhammad in the number 4 alongside. The final row on the grid, it will be Jordan Coker in the 22. He's in one of the BMW cars out there, and it would appear, Paul Denton in the 107 will also be in the final row. So we see him stacked up coming through turn 16, waiting for that green flag.
That green flag just about ready to fall. Here they come down what we call the front straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They make their way by. Green flag is in the air. We get a good start, and they head off down to that treacherous turn number 1. John, turn 1 is the nemesis for many of these drivers, especially on cold tires.
Absolutely. We see Yusuf Muhammad in that 4 already splitting up inside some cars. Turn 1, it drops downhill. Drivers are hard on the binders, and now we're seeing them work up towards turn 2 and 3 through some S's as Keith Williamson is out to the early lead.
Williamson brings them up into that signature turn number 4, the carousel. As they come off of turn 4, it's Williamson in the lead. In second spot, I believe that's Kring, who runs in second right now. As they come down the hill, they're carrying a lot of speed as they hit into that little bitty kink in turn 5 and now down to turn 6 hard on the binders.
It's turn 6, a deceptively tight turn, whether you're in a street car or a racing machine. Now the drivers will be on full throttle, as unfortunately the 22 of Coker is pulling down through pit lane, some mechanical issues on that BMW. So we just have pure Spec Miata on the course now as the drivers are heading up into turn number 10.
Turn number 10 is a long sweeping turn that leads you into another set of sweeping turns. It's that 12, 13, and 14 complex, and they're carrying a lot of speed coming down 14. We see a lot of cars. Matter of fact, we had a car in the trees a few races back that got off course, skidded through about 40 feet of turf, and then into the trees down there because you're carrying so much speed, and at one point the car unloads. The force of the car actually changes from left to right in the camber of that turn, and the next thing you know, you have lost control of it. It's a very tight time to check those out.
So Keith Williamson leads lap number 1, and then it is Bill Miller and Blakely Fabiani, your top 3. Now at this point, drivers will be at maximum speed heading down the front straightaway and then hard on the binders into turn 1. And now we can see that Williamson has pulled out to maybe a 15-car length lead here with 1 lap in the books.
Williamson is just so strong here this morning. Williamson has quite a lead right now over Bill Miller. Miller in that signature Mazda car. He's got that emblazoned on the side of it, so it's always easy to pick him out. As they head down to 6 once again, it's going to be Williamson into turn number 6. He uses the rumble strips, uses the outside rumble strips, and as per rules, only gets 2 wheels over that checkered rumble strip line coming off turn number 6. If all 4 wheels get past that point, usually a penalty is enforced, but everybody doing a good job of keeping those 2 tires inside the line.
Moving up through the field so far, Jose Garcia in the 00 runs 4th now. He picked up a couple of wins last season in the Summer Championship Series, and he is applying some pressure to Blakely Fabiani as Fabiani and Miller are battling for second. As Charles had talked about, a lot of the turns on this track, not only are you dealing with left and right weight shifts, you're dealing with up and downhill. You don't see the drivers when they go through turns sort of 12 and 13. We don't see them either. It's actually a blind corner for the drivers on the track, as once again we see Williamson come down the front straightaway, and about right there, he'd be hard on the brakes to make it through that hairpin turn 1.
We see Coker back on the track once again. He's gotten the 22 repaired apparently and has gotten back out on the track in his BMW. Still having difficulty off turn 6. Something is locking up with that car. Not sure exactly what's going on, but there is some difficulty with that BMW. We have talked quite a bit about these turns here, and some of them, even though you think they should be a very mundane driven corner, turn 16 and 17. Again, you come up through there, you top the hill, the car unloads, and that is a treacherous area on the racetrack. It doesn't look like it should be, but in reality it is.
Absolutely. Turns 15 and 16, that complex is modeled on Eau Rouge from the Belgian Spa Grand Prix track. And as Charles indicated, you're downhill and then you're uphill, and there's a weight shift that can happen. And there's now a large sand runoff area off to the left of that portion of the course. Just as you said, Charles, the cars tend to unload, and suddenly the rear end gets very, very loose coming through that corner.
These races are timed. They're not a particular number of laps. We'll run 20 minutes, and we may get 10 laps in, may get 12 laps in. We don't know for sure how that always is affected. It affects, of course, by the speed of the cars and if there's any incident that might cause a caution. But there are 20-lap time laps, and whoever wins that then will be starting up front for the final later in the day.
So once again, down the front straightaway, Keith Williamson puts another lap on the board. That next car in line, though, we're already seeing Jose Garcia is being scored in second place. So Jose on the move.
I kidded Jose last time we were here. He must live here at Atlanta Motorsports Park because he races several divisions here at the big track. He races several divisions also at the kart track. And we were laughing about the fact that this must be his place of residence because the name Jose Garcia shows up very often. They're coming through turn number 4 right now. There's a great battle going on for second, third, and fourth. That is Garcia, Bill Miller, and Blakely Fabiani. Those 3 drivers. Look at this. Miller really now with a battle with Garcia as they come through 6. What a great battle that is. Everybody, Fabiani is involved in that also. One of the tightest battles we've seen in Spec Miatas right now as it tops the hill heading down toward turn number 8.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be side by side through 6. So now we see Garcia take a peek to the inside of Miller, but Miller's able to hold him off through turn 10. Meanwhile, out front, Williamson has just headed off into the sunset, so to speak, even though we're still in the morning hours. As we see Garcia take a quick peek to the inside of turn 12, that's another difficult place to make a pass here.
You know, these guys have got to really be enjoying this. Rarely do they get a chance to really race each other. Normally they're racing the racetrack itself, but right now these 3 guys are actually battling each other as well as this treacherous race course when they come through that amazing complex there in 13 and 14.
drivers have commented they get almost no respite on this course. There's no long straightaway for them to take a break. Even this front straightaway, which is sort of the longest stretch of straight pavement, it's not even flat. You can really see in some of these camera angles how sharply turn one drops as we see Jose Garcia try to go to the outside of Bill Miller, and now Fabiani almost trying to throw his fender into the mix as we see Garcia move up to the inside and get pinched off through turn 3.
Wow, what a great race going on between those three guys. We notice the line that these drivers use. So many of them have varying lines that they prefer on the racetrack. It may not be like the competitor in front of them or the competitor behind them. They have their own line that they like to run and feel like they're faster there. They come down to turn number 6. It's still in second spot. It's Bill Miller who runs in second with Jose Garcia back in third, and then the 85 of Blakely Fabiani. Those drivers still staying very tight. Only about 2 Miata lengths separate those drivers. Another big race going on behind them, John.
Yeah, we have the 91 of Bill Kring and 4 Yusuf Muhammad side by side down the what we'll call the back straightaway here. It's turns 7, 8, and 9. So a couple of 3-car battles really developing on track. Once again, we see Miller just barely able to hold off Garcia and Fabiani. And there we see that battle on the bottom of your screen now. That's Muhammad, who's just gotten by Kring.
Yeah, and that's a 2-car battle. It was a 3-car battle, and it has now gotten to a 2-car battle. Williamson, man, he's out for a Saturday afternoon, almost afternoon, ride here as he is way ahead of that battle going on behind him. It's side by side once again.
So we saw Garcia on the inside of 15, but now as they turn back to the right up through 16, and they're going to go single file, almost drafting down the front straightaway. At least for the moment, Miller is in second. Now he kind of goes to the inside to block. And you can see them, Fabiani sticking a nose up to the inside of Garcia as they head up to turn 2.
Wow, Blakely Fabiani, it just doesn't seem to have the acceleration that Jose Garcia does. As they come off turn number 1, Jose Garcia gets in the gas and just inches ahead of Fabiani, even though Fabiani had the line coming off turn number 1. Now you see once again Jose Garcia looking down to the inside. It's still a great battle from those three as they head to a braking area that could make a difference in this race. What's going to happen?
Well, as you can see, Miller is smooth, lets the car drift out onto those rumble strips. We were enjoying some of the drone cam there for a while here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Now we see Garcia maybe take a quick peek to the inside through turn 10, but then he falls back in line. So they're at least single file for now. Right now, this is maybe as widely separated as they've been during this exciting race.
Yeah, Bill Miller starting to put a little bit of distance between his car and the 00 of Jose Garcia. Garcia still has his mirror full, though, of the driver of the number 85, Fabiani, as they try to work their way around the track. Fans enjoying themselves here today, crew members and club members having a great time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it is a wonderful facility and a great day to be in the outdoors today. You're a weatherman, John, a meteorologist.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the aspects of the day as far as the meteorological world is concerned.
Well, and we are side by side, Garcia back to the inside of Miller. Weather-wise, we're late in May here in Georgia, and normally we'd be sweating bullets already at 11 o'clock. It feels like a crisp day. There's a light breeze in the air. I mean, this is one of those hint of fall type days, as now we see maybe for the first time this race, Garcia's consolidated his hold on second place. He's typically been able to cling right to those inside curbs through that long turn 4, and we see Miller and then Fabiani wash out a little bit wider. Now, we're going to see some exciting action under braking here as they come into turn 6. Again, such a tight, deceptive turn on this course.
Well, Jose Garcia may have won that battle within the race. However, he's got a long way to go to try to catch Keith Williamson. I don't know how to exactly say it, probably 500 feet, 500 yards, maybe even ahead of Garcia right now, as he is ahead of him by a couple of turns. Yeah, so Jose's got to really turn it on.
Scoring saying over 8 seconds of a lead. Now, where the drivers finish in this race determines where they will line up in the final. That will happen later in the afternoon. So Garcia didn't have a great starting spot, so he will be hopeful, have a chance at the break. make some tweaks on the car, and he may have something for Williamson.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen Jose Garcia come from deep in the pack in order to win at the end of the day. He has done that routinely. Right now, it's still Williamson out front. There you see a good shot of Garcia's car as he comes by on the front straightaway, and watch how he comes off here and has a little different line than the others. He will take it a little bit down toward the inside tire barrier and then squirt way back out before he goes into turn number 1 to set up coming off that corner.
And that last camera angle, you could really see how steeply the front straightaway drops into turn 1. So it's the fastest point on the course. Drivers will be using all the brake pedal that they can get to slow the car, not only from speed, but downhill, so they're fighting gravity as well. As our second, third, and fourth place drivers have kind of stabilized with a few car lengths in between each, and we see those differing lines through turn 4. And now here we see our leader, Keith Williamson, sweeping off turn 6 down what we'll call our back straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And you can see the lead he has as Garcia was just getting off turn 6.
We're just past the halfway point, quite a bit past the halfway point now. We're a little over 12 minutes into our 20-lap Group 1 race, so we've got them working right now as they head into 13 and 14 once again. Williamson way ahead of Garcia. There you see Garcia just now making his way down into turn number 11.
Fabiani applying some heavy pressure to the rear bumper of Miller's car as they were going through turn 11. So, Charles, you were asking me about the weather here. Look in the background, not a cloud in the sky. We do have a few puffy white clouds. Normally this time of year, we'd be talking, scattered thunder showers in the afternoon, just that heat and humidity and the haze coming in, but not today. This is a great day, whether you're out on the lake somewhere, and as we discussed in our pre-production meetings, Memorial Day is such a huge weekend of racing historically. So whether you're watching here or getting set to go out to a track tonight, if you're in Georgia, it is a beautiful weather day.
Track tonight or tomorrow. A lot of big racing going on tomorrow, man. Memorial Day on Sunday is just the day for racing in the year, as all the major events will take place tomorrow. Let me pique your interest here, or pique your brain. Our clouds that we see up there, are those cumulus or cirrus or what do we got up there?
Well, they're flat. I'll call them that. They're definitely not a cirrus, which would be a high cloud.
Okay.
So they're just some sort of little, could be the beginning of a cumulus cloud.
So
we would use this scientific term. They're fair weather clouds up
fair
there.
Weather
That's the scientific meteorology term. As in this camera, you can see the North Georgia mountains today. If it was a hazy summer day, most of those mountains would be washed out. You can see just some of the beautiful scenery here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Charles, you were talking about those condos. Imagine not just looking out your front window and seeing the track, but to have those mountains in the background. When the fall time comes, the leaves change here, and it's a beautiful setting nestled in the North Georgia mountains.
Yeah, well, love coming here every opportunity we get, and we appreciate those folks tuning in. If you haven't visited Atlanta Motorsports Park, make sure you do so. Come do the kart rentals, man. Just do the kart rentals and enjoy yourself while you're here. There you see our drivers coming off. I believe they're coming down the front straightaway right now, getting ready to head. You see Williamson already off of turn number 1, heading toward turn 4 once again. Williamson, a very comfortable lead here. We're coming up on 5 minutes to go, so 3/4 of the way through this. Garcia all alone in second spot now, and just behind him we find Bill Miller, and then of course Blakely Fabiani, and not really a tight race between those 4 competitors at all right now.
Well, this is the point in the race, Charles. Drivers want to preserve their equipment. Now we see a battle on screen between Miller and Fabiani. Up front, Williamson will want to just be easy on his equipment. These drivers will race for 20 minutes later in the afternoon. Now as we see Fabiani come to the inside and lock up some brakes, getting to the inside of Miller off turn number 6. But here Miller gets a big drive with that outside momentum, and they're door to door down our back straightaway, with Miller able to pull back in front. So Fabiani had his best attempt at a pass there. You could see some smoke coming off the front wheels as he locked up the front brakes. Just an indication of how deceptively fast and then a hard braking zone it is into turn 6.
Drivers and crews, can I have your attention, please? Grid is now open for Group 2. Grid is open for Group 2. So all drivers and crews, grid is open for Group 2. Our downforce cars, make sure you know that grid is now open for the downforce cars.
And on screen, you can see the downforce cars, a lot different than a Spec Miata. What do they weigh? I think about 1,100 pounds, Charles. And as you can see, that open cockpit kind of harkens back to what you'd think of as the prototype cars, whether it's the Le Mans or Daytona 24-hour racing.
Yeah, always good to see those cars here. They handle so well, and they're very interesting race cars. If you get a chance, stop down into the group area down underneath in the showroom area and take a close look at those cars. The engineering, the front end geometry, all of those things, very, very interesting in those race cars.
So once again, we'll focus in on the battle for third place. Bill Miller, a couple of car lengths ahead of Blakely Fabiani. Last time around here, Fabiani got a great drive off this carousel turn, and we can see him a little bit lower, so maybe he's got a better grip. But it was at this point down this downhill straightaway, Fabiani went full send and locked up the brakes. You can see him get right to the rear bumper of Miller, but not able to draw alongside this time.
Well, you know, they were spread out. When they went into turn 4 a lap ago, they were spread out by 7 or 8 car lengths. And somehow or another, Bill Miller had some kind of issue, and Fabiani just got right up beside him. What a great run, as you mentioned, he had coming off turn number 4. So that has created now itself back into a really good battle between these two competitors.
So the minutes are winding down here in our opening Spec Miata class. We have 3 classes in action today. You saw the downforce cars. We also have the historics with us. So Charles, those are a blast to see as we see rolling history out here, and those drivers have a lot of fun when they're out there.
Yeah, I was last week. I took some pictures and put them on my Facebook page of. I called them vintage cars because we had some vintage cars here last week running a 7-hour enduro,
Wow.
7 solid hours on Saturday, and then followed by 9 hours on Sunday.
White flag is in the air from our starter, Brent Landry. So one more time around this 16-turn course, and at least Keith Williamson will be able to pull onto victory lane, or excuse me, down the pit lane with a sense of joy and accomplishment at this point, as he is down already through the carousel. Now we see Garcia, Miller, and Fabiani. Those 3 have been like 3 peas in a pod most of this race. And out front, once again, we see Williamson navigate turn 6 and head up the back straightaway.
Well, Williamson is certainly the class of the field here today. As you mentioned, Garcia had to start in the rear, worked his way up to second. It took him so long to get there. Williamson was so far out front, no chance of Garcia chasing Williamson down in this race. But he does have a good opportunity when we come back for the final today, because he'll be starting right there along with him. So look for that to be a great battle between Keith Williamson and Jose Garcia as today, this afternoon's action starts to take place.
So you see Brent Landry on screen. He will be clutching the checkered flag and be ready to wave it to end our first race here this morning in round 2 of the Summer Championship Series at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
He will unfurl the flag. You taught me something earlier about the furled flag and the unfurled flag. So unfurling that flag in just a moment will be Brent Landry, as here comes your winner by. It's going to be Keith Williamson, who takes the checkered flag. So he will get the win easily this afternoon. But again, we'll tighten the field up as we get ready for the final to come your way. Jose Garcia flies by right there on that checkered flag area. Bill Miller takes third, and Blakely Fabiani. Those are the 3 drivers that were up front and had the best race of the day going on amongst those 3. We had another pretty good battle going on later, and that was the battle going on between Paul Denton and Anthony Cuff, and also Yusuf Muhammad. Bill Kring was also involved in that for a while. Up in the mix, Bill Kring fading a little bit toward the end, but that's the way we end up in group number 1, and this is the Spec Miata group as they finish that. We talked about these cars being almost vintage cars. I mean, these are 20-year-old cars right now, and I don't know in the official classification, I don't know when historic and when vintage. I don't know exactly what year models you have to be to get to that point, but these are pretty old cars.
You would definitely say that a lot of drivers, they want the newest cars. And in this case, these Miatas at some point lived on the street. But when have they made these Miatas? So you're talking late 90s, 2000. And one of the drivers' names we haven't mentioned yet, Ray Nickel, who's not here, at least in the in this Spec Miata race, he's a 14, 15-year-old young adult, and the car would be older than him. So you start to see some of that. So these drivers have to really care for these cars. Again, 2,200 pounds, you basically strip out the interior, and you have that, I'll call it little engine that's in them. It's a peppy engine. And the drivers now, they'll be coming down pit lane, they'll go to the paddock, they'll try to make some adjustments and maybe find a little more speed. You never know what happens out there. These drivers are working very hard on this course. Maybe they need to make some brake changes. Maybe the tire changes might come into play. Just over the course of 20 minutes, the drivers can really use up these automobiles.
Yeah, a lot of hard braking action, especially at this track. So we're always looking forward to finding out what these drivers can do to try to get those machines better as our finals come up in a little while this afternoon. Right now we've got group number 2 that is getting ready. They've already assembled themselves on the grid. They'll be releasing here in just a few minutes as we get ready for them to come out onto the track. They've had practice earlier today. Now we're getting set to release that grid here in a few moments. And John is on his way down to talk with Keith Williamson. He'll find him down on the pit lane in just a moment, and we'll get an interview with Keith Williamson, who was our winner in group number 1 here this afternoon, well ahead of everyone else. He got that early jump and was able to parlay that into a victory that brought him well ahead of our second-place finisher, Jose Garcia. So that'll be coming up in just a few moments as John makes his way down there to find Keith Williamson. We'll be bringing you all the action in group number 2, and then this afternoon, of course, we'll have the finals, and we'll even have our podium presentations. All of that will be carried right here, so make sure you stay tuned to that. There you see John down there trying to see if he can get hold of our winner, Keith Williamson. We will go down to him in just a moment as soon as we see Keith crawl out of that winning race car and be able to talk with him. We talked about Raiden Nickel a moment ago. Had Raiden on one of my recent Champ Racing shows and interviewed the youngster out of Houston, Georgia. It was very interesting to find out about his family, how he got to the state of Georgia, why he came here to race, the reasoning that they located in this area, the proximity of all the tracks that he could race at. So it's very interesting to find out how drivers come to a certain area of the country because of the opportunities to race and race more often than they could if they were located in another state, as was Raiden whenever he was prior to moving here to the state of Georgia. Another youngster in that same boat we're going to be talking to on an upcoming Champ show very soon is Carson Craig, and pretty soon we got to get Jose Garcia on our program to talk about that. That show airs every Thursday night. It is on Facebook Live and also on My Country 99.3, our 100,000 watt North Metro Atlanta radio station that you can check that out. So Keith Williamson is down there. He's along with John Matthews. Let's go down to John right now with our winner, Keith Williamson.
All right, thank you, Charles. Keith, you were fast in qualifying this morning. How did the car feel out here during this first race?
Oh, good. Real good.
What kind of adjustments do you think you'll make? I see you already have the hood up. What will you adjust as we go and get ready for race number 2?
Probably take a little more tire pressure out as it gets hotter in the day. But other than that, nothing.
All right. Now, you had mentioned it getting hotter in the day. Are you running a cool suit? I know it's a little cooler than normal, but are you running a cool suit today?
Shirt on for this afternoon. I didn't have it on for this race.
And who do you want to thank for helping you get to this point so far in the show?
Oh, Jim Voss, Rosini Racing provides the engine, top notch. Plenty of power.
All right, well, congratulations to Keith Williamson for winning race number 1 on our Spec Miata. I'll head just on down and see if I can get a word with Jose Garcia. So, Jose, you finished in second place. Where did you start? Let the viewers know, where did you start in this first race?
I had to start at the back of the pack. We didn't get out and qualify, and the car just was running, and all of a sudden it didn't start. So we couldn't get out and qualify, and I knew the last thing is leaving the Bandit to escape. But I was able to get up to P2, so hopefully on the second race we'll be closer and keep him busy before he flies away.
All right, now, what changes do you think you'll make with the information? You said you had trouble in practice or qualifying. What changes will you make?
We found qualifying we just had a bad connection that was giving us fuel pressure, so we couldn't get the car running. As far as what to do next, if I think if I keep my head down and get a good start, we should have an entertaining at least 2 laps before the flight of the Eagle.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to that. Jose, good luck in race number 2. And with that, race fans, Spec Miata will be out on the course, so we'll have that race coming up momentarily.
Thank you, John. Well, the Radical cars are on the track right now. These are the downforce cars. We'll have them. The grid has been released. We'll be having them coming to green here in just a little while as they get some heat in those tires and get them set up to go. The Radical SR3s sold here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. These are the most popular Radical car models. The SR3 is. Over 1,000 of those have been built, and you see them in proliferation here at this racetrack. This is sort of the North America headquarters for the Radical SR3s, or for the Radical cars in general. These cars, they have an unusual engine. There's Suzuki Generation 3 4-cylinder engines, 1,500 cc overhead cam engines, and great little race cars. As we mentioned, you can spot one down in the showroom area. Check it out. Check out that amazing engineering on the front end technology and geometry of these race cars, and they certainly are built for racing, and one of the great ways to get involved in open wheel racing and involved in, as you mentioned, John, earlier about the prototype cars. They're much like those prototypes that we used to see back in the day, and just something about those cars. They just make you want to feel like you're in a race car when you see those. They're just great race cars.
Absolutely, as we see them on the course right now. Here's our starting grid, starting on the pole. Greg Kimbrough will be on the pole. Doc Jewell outside.
And Doc Jewell inside.
And Doc Jewell inside on row 2. So,
not sure if we have a senior and a junior, or if we have someone miraculously powering 2 race cars. Look at that battle going on side by side. Kimbrough and Jewell are side by side as they head up in turn 4. And I'm not sure the white car has taken the advantage in these cars. It's difficult to say. I was talking to one of these drivers earlier, and he said, yeah, I'm the driver of the white car. I said, that really narrows it down, doesn't it? So we'll find out in a moment exactly who is our leader right now as they come by.
That's the 53. That's Chris Hewn. I grabbed the historics. We were talking so much about the historics. So that is Chris Hewn. The 139 is Kevin Clifford. Will Layton in the 74. And Andrew Nagy didn't have a time, so he was probably a scratch, would have been in the 76.
Well, those names start to sound more familiar. I had not heard the other names that we had mentioned earlier, so now I'm getting names that are familiar to us. So I'm glad to know we have the right schedule for our drivers out on the racetrack.
As we joke, Charles, the announcer, is always the last one to know here. So on screen, you're seeing the Bill Miller car, and I believe that's Bill Kring in that car. You can see he has that cool suit on. It's not the hottest of days, but for these drivers, when you get working in a car, they're working pretty hard in there. They're going to get their heart rate up, as we see down the front straightaway, almost a little side-by-side action here in our downforce. Chris Hewn leads, and it is Kevin Clifford in second. Will Layton in third.
Well, you see the different line that those drivers take. Some of the Chris Hewn stayed more to the, I guess you call that the outside. It would be as you got down to turn 1, closer to the flag stand, while Hewn went down to the inside. And so it was interesting to see how those drivers take a different line as they come down the front straightaway. Right now they're coming down the hill toward turn 5, and they're going into turn 6. This is a treacherous part of the course because you can over-brake there, slide the car around, you can lock up the brakes. There's so many things that can go wrong in that tight hairpin turn.
Well, and in a street car, if we were in the pace car, even at 20 miles an hour, it feels like a difficult turn because you really have to wait to enter that turn. You think you should start turning right at a certain point, and you need to wait on that before you actually enter. Otherwise, if you mess up turn 6, you'll lose so much time and distance down this back straightaway.
And John, you talk about going around this course in just a regular street car. You don't realize from the bottom going into turn number 6 the difference in elevation. You really have to get on the throttle to come back up the hill to work yourself to the top of the crest there in turn number 7.
So Hewn continues to lead as he's going to put another lap on the board. Once again, they'll race 20 minutes here in our downforce race number 1. Hewn leads with Clifford in second, and then it's a distance back to Will Layton. So for right now, a 2-car battle as they zip past those new condos we've talked about into turn 2. And then they set up for this carousel, which, Charles, is that, I believe, it's modeled after the Nuremberg Ring in Germany in this Hermann Tilke design course.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the other race courses in the world now say it's modeled after Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I don't know if we're quite there yet. As once again, the drivers will swing wide out of turn 6. They can get 2 tires off that curbing. If they put 4 tires to the outside, they're going to have a visit down pit lane. You know, we've seen that happen in the past. Hopefully we won't see it today. So Hewn and Clifford are locked in a battle, and then it is a distance back to Will Layton. We'll have to see how Hewn and Clifford are able to manage their equipment. We've talked to drivers before in this class. As they get going, they could potentially overheat. They can easily overheat the brakes on this course since there's so many heavy braking areas. Turn 1, turn 6, the entry into turn number 10, that drivers know that they're going to be working on this course, and they work their equipment hard. As once again we see those different lines. Hewn sort of on the right side of the front straightaway. We see Clifford swing wide on the exit of turn 16. So a little bit of daylight has opened up, just over a 1-second lead on that last go-round here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Hewn taking his car now pretty much into the lead of this thing. Of course, Kevin Clifford right behind him, but starting to separate themselves just a little bit on the race course right now as they work their way down to turn number 6 once again. A little bit different body style on those cars. We see 2 different body styles there on the racetrack. The 53 car of Clifford, just a different body style than that 139 that runs in second spot.
Charles, as you had mentioned, these being the prototype cars, rear engine cars, so the engine is behind the driver, sort of under that wing. Engineers would be able to take the cowling off and make adjustments, but as you said, it's not a very large engine because these cars, while they might look like a full-size prototype, they're barely what, 1,100 pounds, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, and Radon Nickel was out in another prototype, a new one, last time we were here, and it's even a smaller wheelbase and a smaller looking car than the others, and it was quite interesting to watch that car on the racetrack. He was out there just giving it a test run last time we were here, so we look forward to having more of those cars on the track too. Very cool looking race car.
These cars definitely are able to accelerate quickly, being that light, but still have a decent amount of horsepower. So again, we see Hewn, as we see a different angle here, swinging through turn number 1, and here you get an idea of some of the elevation, how much lower the exit of turn 1 is compared to the entrance. And here's that signature carousel, almost like you're driving around a rotary here in North Georgia. Have to try to just let the car sweep around that, and then you need to be hard on the gas on this downhill stretch.
You know, I think this track boasts, and well, it should. I think it has the most elevation changes of just about any course. I know COTA in Texas talks about the elevation changes there, but I don't think they are quite what we have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. From the highest point of this racetrack down to the lowest point of this racetrack, a lot of elevation changes.
Which I'm trying to think, is it 98 feet, or is that just the go-kart track that has that type of elevation change? Both tracks here have a lot of elevation change, taking advantage of the topography.
I know the kart track has the most for sure because of the situation over at the kart track, and I think that might be the one that would have the signature turn. That if anybody else does one, it would be like turn 2 at Atlanta Motorsports Park on the kart track. That is so well known at that area.
That roller coaster, literal roller coaster. When you see the slow motion videos, and the kart drivers are catching a little bit of air, which has to be unsettling, not just to the car, but to the soul as you're driving and suddenly you're not attached to anything.
We were fortunate several months ago to be here for a photo shoot that they were doing at the kart track and watch the karts actually taking air as they came off and went down into that four-story drop off in turn number 2. It was really quite amazing to watch those cars get 18 inches off the ground and then have to go down to an absolute dead stop U-turn to come back up the hill.
Right. And to hear the sounds that they make when they come back to earth, as the skid plates under them are able to, absorb some of the shock.
Yeah, quite interesting. There you see the kart track. It is available for rental every day except Monday. They're open every day. You can come out here by yourself. You can bring a group, bring your best buddy, and race against him, whatever you want to do. It is all available for you here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
As the battle for the lead is heating up, as now we see that Layton has our top 2 have really I wonder if that might be a lap car, actually.
I
that we're
believe it's a
seeing
lap
here.
car
Yeah.
because we've got two of the same body style, and I believe we may have lost a car on the racetrack. Do not see our second place competitor.
Yeah, that's Leighton and Kevin Clifford.
Yeah, Clifford has just now been passed by Leighton, and I'm not sure where Chris Hewn. There's Chris Hewn now, just now coming off turn number 2.
So that might be a battle for second, where maybe at this point Clifford has faded from his initial start. He was running really strong at the beginning. We got talking about cars too much and forgot the race on screen. Charles, you had mentioned that enduro-type vintage race that was going on a couple of weeks ago here at the Speedway. I know coming up this summer, there's a big 12-hour enduro race that will be at the kart track for the LO 206 style of kart, and they're going to race 12 hours on that course. They get to switch drivers, thankfully, but that will be a demanding race.
Well, one of the
for anyone
questions I asked last week on those 7-hour and 9-hour races, I said, do they take a potty break at any point? And they said, nope. It's 7 straight hours in the race car or 9 straight hours in the race car. No stops, no change of drivers.
Okay. On the go-kart track, they will change drivers. They have to refuel. So we see a side-by-side battle up through the carousel between Leighton and Clifford up front. About a 40-second lead for Chris Hewn. So he is absolutely checked out on this field. Don't know if Clifford has maybe had some sort of struggle. So there you see Hewn already flashed by the start-finish line as the next two are just coming out of turn 6. So that's about a mile's length of lead for Hewn.
Yeah, Hewn has really got a big lead right now as he goes up into turn number 4. There you see our other two competitors as they head down toward turn 10 and turn 11. So quite a lead right now for Hewn as he is out front of this group.
So on the kart track, they do switch drivers. They have to refuel those karts. Some enduros, maybe not this one, but some enduros, they actually switch karts to keep things balanced if it's a rental type system. Those races primarily are won and lost in the pits. When you pit, you don't want to pit when anyone else is pitting so you can get in and out as quickly as possible. So here we see the 139 of Kevin Clifford just in front of Will Leighton. So they'll flash by timing and scoring. They've swapped spots again. And per timing and scoring, a 52-second lead for Chris Hewn. So Hewn is laying down some impressive lap times as our second and third place head up to that carousel.
Yeah, and we're just past the halfway point, just a little over 10 minutes into this race right now. So we've got just a little less than half of it to go. And Hewn, with the speed with which he is taking on this track and with what he's doing, it'd be interesting to see how we end up if he's able to catch this other part of the field, because he is just really zooming around this race course.
For an indication of the speed, as we see, it looks like the 139 of Clifford, I don't know if he broke, he back up to speed, but he really seemed slow coming off turn number 6 there.
Yeah, he had a real problem coming off turn number 6. The car slowed, he locked the tires up down to the inside, and therefore he had to get off the gas, and when he did, it was an opportunity for Clifford, for Leighton to see if he could squirt by him on that outside.
So Chris Hewn's running about 82-second laps on track. That works out to just over 80 miles an hour, which that's pretty fast when you have to mix up 16 turns in the midst of it. To give you an indication, the Miata class was running about 135.
Wow.
So, 14 seconds slower. That speed, I look on my speed chart, that's still 62 miles an hour. They're working hard out there in those classes, but that gives you an indication just how quick these downforce cars are. Less weight, about the same amount of horsepower, and they have that downforce, which should help them handle a little better.
And yet there you see them just tight with each other as they go up into turn number 2 and trying to head down in 3 as they work their way around the carousel. Really good battle going on between those two drivers right now. These cars capable of running about 180 miles an hour. They're pretty fast machines if you just get them out on a long straightaway, but they certainly can show that prowess around this course, and Hewn is using all of that power here this afternoon.
Right. We don't have one of those long straightaways here. The front straightaway, again, about our flattest as we see that getting close there. It's that 139. Clifford seemed like he had a pretty good exit off turn 6, but wasn't able to take it anywhere.
There you see Spectator Hill, great area for folks to view everything that's going on here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You see those cars working their way down to the right-hand turn, getting ready to go around that 12, 13, 14 complex, and they'll go out of sight there for a minute, but that's a great, great place on the racetrack to gain a lot of speed as you head down into 14.
Now, Charles, we have been seeing some drone cam shots. I've heard that there's a legend going on of another camera. Do you want to share that story with us?
Yeah, we now have a Pole Cam 1. It is being joined by Skycam 2, and the reason Skycam 2 is aptly named is because Skycam 1 crashed and now has become Pole Cam 1. So the flying mechanism is no longer working, but the camera was great, so why not? So that has become Pole Cam number 1.
All right, so just some of the camera coverage we have here as we're back looking at our battle for second. Leighton and Clifford still trying to figure out, gain some speed as they go through the carousel here on that lap. Leighton was the leader as Chris Hewn has just come past the start-finish line. So we might just see him flash by in the background. You could see Hewn go there as there's still a great battle for second. We have about 6 minutes left in this race. So, Charles, I think Hewn might reel in second and third place and put them one lap down.
For Chris Hewn, you're out there all alone. You're out there all alone the whole race because you started up front. Didn't have to see anybody really at any point. All of a sudden, what's it going to be like whenever he's going down the race course? He said, there's somebody. And all of a sudden, he sees that first car come into play. Well, they're running so tightly together, he may have an opportunity to pass them both on a particular lap. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition as we go along.
For these drivers on this road course, hitting the marks is so important. Where do you need to get off the gas onto the brake? Where do you start the turn? Where do you get back on the gas? As we almost see a side-by-side battle. That's turn 15 up through 16, the Eau Rouge turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So just a few car lengths between our second and third, and then we're going to see Hewn come up shortly behind them. So this, Charles, I love this view here from the outside of turn 1. You can really see how much the drivers drop down in the middle of that turn as again, close action here. You could see Hewn just in the bottom corner of that shot for a moment. So Hewn is reeling in Leighton and Clifford.
Yeah, that great shot that you were talking about. Skycam 1 sacrificed itself in order to bring us that shot from Pole Cam 1. So we're glad to have that great shot down there as you see those drivers coming off turn number 1. We've got a good battle going on here. They're in turn 4. Oh, sliding around just a little bit, losing a little ground there is Clifford as the rear end of that car gets a little tail happy. And so now he's not able to close in as he was on Leighton.
And these cars do have that wing, that downforce to help them turn, but with the power they have when they stomp on the gas, it's easy to get loose, as you had indicated, as they head up into turn 12, and they'll drop out of sight. But here you can see Hewn hunting them down.
Boy, he's closing in. Drivers tell me that coming off turn number 4, number 6, especially that hairpin turn, if you don't let the car rotate completely before you get on the gas, that's where those tire spins come into play, and it's so tempting to want to get on the gas when you think you can make a pass to the outside or something, but if that happens, then you've got problems. You've got to let it rotate through the corner completely.
You have to be patient here on this road course, especially in these downforce
Race car
cars.
drivers and patience, those are not congruent words.
I totally understand. As Charles and I are working through the thesaurus this morning here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Once again, we appreciate you joining us as you are watching the downforce race number 1 here. Great battle for second between Will Leighton and Kevin Clifford, and lurking in the background there, Chris Hewn, our leader, about to put them a lap down.
Well, they're coming into turn number 6. I believe that we're going to have Hewn closing in on them probably this lap. He's got to say, man, there's my competitors. I got a chance to get by him. He's going to go by him on the outside. Look at this. It's going to be Hewn making the pass. He's going to go down through that slight kink. Now they get to the big left-hand turn. Hewn's going to probably come out with the advantage there. No, he has to tuck in between those two drivers. Now he gets into the lead as they go down into 12.
Yeah, that's a bold move to make a pass on the outside there. And we see Clifford come along with that pass. So now Clifford is up into second place. But what a drive this morning for Chris Hewn to be able to put 1.8 miles on his competitors here.
Well, the lap's starting to wind down, or the time's starting to wind down right now. We're within the 2.5 minutes to go. May we see a white flag this time by? Don't know. We'll have to check that out when we see what our starter is able to put out onto the race course in just a moment.
Not yet, so they'll have at least 2 more laps here, but we are getting up to 17, 18 minutes into the race.
Yeah, Brent Landry is going to be waving that white flag in just a few moments, but right now we've still got racing going on, and Hewn has cleared his 2 competitors. They are both a lap down now as they head up to turn 4 for the probably next to final time.
We could say penultimate lap if we
Penultimate, I like that word.
dig
Boy,
back into our thesaurus there.
Yeah.
So now we see our top 3. They're running in order on the track, but second and third are a lap down. Really almost seems like Clifford was racing with Hewn early and then just ended up back battling with Leighton, and now he seems to have found speed again. So don't know how hard they're pushing the car, if they're trying to get some experience hitting their marks, or they're trying to get experience racing with other cars around them.
Well, it looked to me like for a moment there that Leighton has started to catch Clifford. That Clifford's got some kind of problem with his race car. I noticed that earlier when he was coming off the corner here in 6. It looks like the car slowed up a little as he crested the hill. So I believe there's a little bit of problem on Clifford's race car at the moment.
Well, the race engineers will be taking a look at that between the races, these radical cars. Charles, I think people can even do basically an arrive and drive, where you can buy the car, it's prepped, and then you just sort of get into it. They really give loving care to these downforce radicals here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And the guys at Primal here do such a great job with these cars, and they do such a good job teaching folks how to drive. The Primal School is just one of the best anywhere in the nation that handles these radical cars, and the work they do here is tremendous. Look at them. They're back up to speed now. Whatever was going on with Clifford's car, I think he has got it back up to speed once again, and that's put on a good battle between he and Leighton as they head into 4. There's your leader. He's coming down into turn number 6 for the final time. This is Chris Hewn, and he is well ahead. Of course, he's a full lap ahead of these other guys, but they're still battling it out for second and third.
All right, this is the point. Hewn just has to keep it between the curbs as we see him head down to turn 10. That's where he did the 2-for-1 pass to get by his other competitors. Back in second, Clifford is back by Leighton. So Clifford must be having some sort of issues. The car seems to have great speed, and then it will suddenly slow on the track. As we get at least a look into our starter, that is Brent Landry, center on your screen in the background. He will be watching for Chris Hewn to come up through our Eau Rouge section. I see a flag in his hand, Charles. I can't tell. It looks like it might be the checkered as we see Chris Hewn roll up through turn number 16. Checkered flag is in the air. Chris Hewn wins race number 1 in our Radicals downforce class.
Chris Hewn is your winner. Now let's find out what has happened in the area that we might not have seen with Leighton and Clifford as they come by. It's going to be the 74 of Leighton taking second spot, and Kevin Clifford then finishes in third. So that's the way they end up in our downforce cars here this morning. We're still at the morning time, haven't quite reached the afternoon yet. But Chris Hewn, a commanding lead and a commanding win as he wins over a lap plus from this field this afternoon or this morning as the group number 2 has finished their program. We'll be bringing out group 3 in just a moment. They'll be coming out onto the race course in just a little while. The Historics, we'll find out that listing in just a few moments, and they'll be bringing them out. Right now, John is on his way down to visit with Chris Hewn. Hewn and the rest of our competitors are slowing down on the cool-down lap. They're working themselves off of turn number 4 now. Hewn quite a bit more ahead of that. He'll be coming down pit lane here in just a moment, and John will get a few words from him. But it was a Sunday afternoon drive, I guess you'd want to call it, for Chris Hewn this afternoon. He got the early jump, was able to stay out ahead of this group and stay out ahead well of this group because he certainly put them down a lap throughout the race. About 3/4 of the way through, he wound up passing both cars as they went down into turn number 11, and Hewn was able to get by both of them, and that made for quite an exciting time as he went to the inside of those two cars as they went toward that right-hand turn in turn number 10. We'll be talking with Chris Hewn in just a moment. John will be asking him questions about this race, probably finding out from him what changes they will make as the temperature rises here for the afternoon, and they'll be finding out a little more about what will go on as far as changes are concerned on that race car as they go through. A lot of opportunities for adjustments on these cars. You heard earlier from Keith Williamson about the fact that probably all he's going to do is change tire pressure in the Miatas. It's going to be interesting to find out in these downforce cars what they will change as they get ready to come out for the afternoon. Obviously, Hewn very happy with his car. And then Leighton and Clifford probably going to make some changes to their vehicles before they bring them back out, because clearly they need to pick up some speed, and maybe something in the adjustments will help the handling of those cars as they head down toward the corner. They'll probably find out as they head off turn number 4 on that very first lap what they've got in race number 2 when it comes your way this afternoon. We've got Historics coming up next. We'll be gridding them in just a few moments, so Historics will be ready to go. Right now, John Matthews is trying to hunt down Chris Hewn as they bring those cars down pit lane. We'll have that coming up for you in just a moment as John makes his way down there. Drivers now exiting out of those winning race car or those race cars, and our winner Chris Hewn is over there. I believe he is with John Matthews now. Let's go down to John and find out words from our winner Chris Hewn from the downforce cars today.
All right, thank you, Charles. I will try to get a word in with Chris as we see him taking off his helmet, his Hans device. You think of these radicals being maybe a tight cockpit. I'm looking at Chris. He's probably like 6'4" from looking at him, so he's a pretty tall man in there. So, Chris, as you take everything off, what did you learn out there in race number 1 this morning?
Go fast, don't wreck.
Now, and you lapped your other competitors, so really the only moment of drama might have been when you got that 2 for 1. What were you thinking the rest of your laps beside don't wreck?
Yeah, just stay consistent, don't make a mistake. Don't, self-inflict a wound. So the start was great. It was a lot of fun. A little bit of intimidation there, but it was great. I look forward to a great second race.
So I already saw the engineers bleeding the tires, getting some of the pressure out. What other changes do you think will be made before race 2?
That's probably about it.
All right, well, Charles, there you heard it. Chris Hewn, winner of race number 1, and he'll be looking to go out and repeat that in race number 2 later today.
Well, it's certainly been a great race for Chris Hewn. Congratulations to him, and as he said, it's the best thing to do to get out there and go fast and don't wreck and stay out of the grass. I think that's probably rule number 1 in racing, is to make sure that you can do that and stay with what you're trying to do throughout the day. So Chris Hewn, a good job for him. John will be making his way up. Historics will be coming out on the track in just a moment, and we'll find a little bit about the history of these historic cars as they come out. They'll be coming onto the track here. They will be getting ready for their race starting in about 15 minutes. So the grid is now open for Group 3. Group 3, the grid is open. Drivers and crews, make sure that you are ready to get those cars lined up and set to go. Group 3, Historics, coming out in just a few minutes. We'll be having, of course, our lunch break, and we'll come back for the finals a little later after our lunch break, coming up after these Historics have their race. So it'll be interesting to see what changes drivers make as they get set for the afternoon racing. Keith Williamson and the drivers in the Miatas mentioned earlier to John that they were probably going to do some tire pressure changing and getting those ready to go. I know that cool suits are probably the norm for the afternoon because they weren't necessarily using those throughout the field this morning, but that's going to be something that they will probably put on for the afternoon. As you talked with Chris Hewn, John, you talked about to Keith Williamson about changes he was going to make. Tire pressure seemed to be the main thing that they were going to do with the Miatas. Did they indicate any of those drivers down there what they might do to change? I know Hewn probably doesn't want to change anything. It looked like he was in a zip code all of his own. But what about the other drivers? Did they indicate what changes they might make on their cars?
I didn't have a chance to see it. Here you can see engineers putting some fuel into the Will Leighton 74 Radical. Charles, right as Hewn's car came to a stop, you could see one of the primal staff already bleeding some pressure out of the tires, that they know it gets warmer, the pressures go up, so they need to just lower that pressure so they can get maximum contact. If the pressure's too high, that tire is going to crown up like a bike tire, and you won't have all the grip that you need.
John, I'm going to take you back a few decades, actually. I was doing a race, and it was the first time that we'd ever heard of a tire pressure change. Everybody was always talking about adjusting wedge bolts and adjusting Panhard bars and things of that nature, and you'd come in on a pit stop, and they'd put the wrench in, and they'd wrench it around in the back window of the race car, and all of a sudden they radioed up and said, Ray Evernham is going to change tire pressure. And we're saying, what? Nobody's ever heard of changing tire pressure. All of a sudden, we started hearing these. He's going to let a quarter pound of pressure out of the tire. And all of a sudden, that started to become a deal. Nobody had ever thought about changing a tire pressure. Are you kidding me?
Well, I can almost hear Robert Duvall in Days of Thunder saying these tires are specially matched and staggered. When you change the tire pressure on maybe certain tires, you can change the stagger. So race fans at home, we don't hear a lot about stagger on a road course. Charles and I have an oval circle track background. Stagger can help the car turn if you make the right side tires bigger. Think of taking a solo cup on its side, and when you push it, it tends to want to turn because you have the wide end will rotate more than that shorter end. So stagger air pressure can help you do that. Here on these radicals, I imagine you're going to want pretty much even Steven, because this course would be considered a counterclockwise course. You still have some difficult right-hand turns, and so the car needs to be very well balanced to make it through all of these 16 turns.
And our race director just informed me that 1 pound of air pressure equates to 200 pounds of spring rate change in a car. So it's interesting that they have that technology now to know that and to know how that can affect cars. As I said, in the early days, it just amazed us that somebody was changing a tire pressure. Normally it was done with a wrench mechanically, and all of a sudden now you've got this new phase of things that come into play.
And as much as we talk about handling, when we see the go-kart track in the background, those have no suspension in them. The only real suspension is the tire absorbing some of those bumps. Otherwise, the driver is feeling everything coming right up through the seat into him. Charles, if you go back far enough in racing, recently had a chance to see the National Vintage Racing Association. They tour Georgia and the Southeast on some of the dirt tracks, even a couple of asphalt races, and to see old leaf springs on the car. Cars really have changed. Racing is a high-tech science. It's applied science out there that you don't hear about guys building maybe an air cleaner housing out of a coffee can. It takes the money to do it, but there's a lot of engineers that spend the hours, that put the work in to make high-quality parts for race cars so that they can get every ounce of speed they can.
Yeah, John, when I started racing, this was in 1974, and I was building a 55 Chevrolet. And back in those days, you didn't order parts from a parts store. You didn't order high-performance parts. J.C. Whitney was about the only place that we could get things, and they were mediocre at best. And you fabricated what you needed. You just said, man, I need something to force air to go here. And you just found a way to build it. Of course, you talk about leaf springs. Man, we had big old drum brakes and leaf springs, and we had all kind of things going on. Behind my front, we didn't know about crush zones back in the day. We wanted a car as strong as...
The old crumple zone on the car, yeah.
We wanted it as strong as possible. We felt like strength mattered. You didn't realize that energy needed to be absorbed when you hit a wall. So behind my bumper, I had a piece of railroad iron. I mean, I wanted it as strong as possible. So the technology and the knowledge and a lot of things have changed since I started out in the racing world many, many years ago.
Well, it's not so much that you want it strong, but stiffness is important. If your car is going through a corner, and literally if the chassis is bending, that's going to make it hard to handle. Those radicals that we saw out there have a lot of carbon fiber on them. They want the lightweight, but they still need that strength so that when they go into the corner, when they're going up 2-3 Gs in the corner, the car needs to be stable underneath them. Imagine going through the corner if... We're gonna go back to maybe an old Lincoln or a Cadillac. When those go through a corner, they wallow through the corner. It's a nice, comfortable drive, but you can't handle because the car is, rolling over on itself and floaty and bouncy. These race cars, incredibly stiff. The springs are stiff. You don't want the car leaning over in the corners. When you step on the gas, the nose will pick up a little bit, but you don't want the things bending so much that you're picking a wheel up off the ground.
I was interviewing a NASCAR driver this week on the radio show, and he was talking about that the new chassis have a little bit of flex built into them, and he said you want a little bit of flex, and that there's a fine line between way too much flex and no flex whatsoever. Right. So you got to hit just on the right spot. I've talked to drivers over the years. I remember drivers telling me that if you have a bad chassis, that there is absolutely nothing you can do to fix it. You might as well cut it up and take it to the junk pile, because you cannot fix a bad chassis if it comes out immediately like that. I believe we've got a safety car on the track right now. I think they're just checking things out. We have not released the grid yet, but John, we got historics coming up. Let's talk a little bit about historics.
Yeah, 3 drivers. So we talk about vintage, we talk about historics, and that's what we'll be seeing actually on screen right now. I think that's our pace vehicle. I wish I knew more about that. Charles,
the Lotus that was down here earlier?
I'm going to go check that out. I want to see what, because it's a heck of a car that we've had. I'm going to go see what we got.
Yeah, we had a Lotus parked out. I parked my F-150 beside the Lotus earlier today, and that may be the Lotus that is down there right now. We'll check that out and find out. John's going to do an exploratory mission here and find out what's going on with that particular car that we see on screen right now. There you see some of the cars that are getting lined up on the grid. They're bringing them out on the track right now. The historics making their way out, and we saw one of those on the track earlier today. We do have 3 drivers listed in our historic division today, so we're bringing those out. They appear to be downforce type cars, and I've not had experience with the historic cars here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, so I don't have a lot of history to tell you about these cars, but it's going to be interesting to find out what we have and what they're going to bring out and the kind of competition that they're going to be able to put on here for you in just a moment. I think John is making his way down there right now to find out exactly what that car is. I see him walking over to get the 411 on what's going on with that race car. John's getting a little bit of info right now. Let's go down and find out what John has found out. John, what you got for us?
All right, Charles, I'm down here with Rachel Heiler, the driver of the pace car. So, Rachel, I'm drooling over this car that you've been getting to enjoy. Tell us about it, please.
Yeah, so this is our Lotus, and we actually do a Lotus event here on site, so you can rent it for the day, essentially learn how to drive it, take it out on track for yourself, and I have been having a lot of fun in that car. It's been actually really easy maneuverability, just a joy to drive, in all honesty.
All right, Charles, we're going to go off script here. Charles, do you think Rachel could announce, because I'm ready to just swap, I'm ready to hop in that car and take that Lotus for some laps around here. Would I be able to get away with that?
Hey, if you want to take a few laps, I'm sure we can help you out. You can hop in, I'll trade out with you, and that way you can get around on track some.
All right, so you've heard it. It's a Lotus, beautiful looking machine. How fast are you going on the pace laps when you're out here, Rachel?
So it's 40 for the Miatas and the historics, but right now we're not running a pace for them, and then it's 45 for all the downforce cars.
All right, and how fast could you wind that up to if you just were sort of given the green light?
I don't know how much I trust myself on track, but I have gotten up to 70 before, trying to catch up to someone, just trying to be a little safe. But I know that there's cars that go up 100.
Hey, John, how much money you got in your pocket? Mike could make you the possibility you could drive that car.
Charles, you had mentioned you parked your F-150 next to something. I'm driving your real basic Toyota Camry, so I just guarantee I don't have the money to put down for a Lotus. But maybe Rachel does, because you also do the DevOps work here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So on Monday to Friday, you're buried in a cubicle, computer code, computers, all those things, and then on the weekends, you get to find the other Rachel and drive this Lotus. Is that right?
100%. I handle everything from printers to servers to the website, but this is like the little piece that I get that I really enjoy, and I can just have a blast.
All right, Charles, well, we're going to send it back up to you, so Rachel's going to get a few more chances with this sweet, sweet machine later through the day.
Hey, John, before you take off, ask Rachel, is this the normal car that we use as a safety car here, or does she get different ones on occasion?
I think you heard the question over the PA. Is this your normal car? And I think the answer is no. The last time I saw you, I think it was a BMW, and you were dressed up as a pirate at the end of last season. Is that correct?
Yes, that was correct. I was the Pace Car Pirate for our Halloween and Trunk or Treat event, and usually we use one of the BMWs on site. Last race day, actually, I got to drive one of our members' Porsches, and that was a lot of fun too. And then today we got the Lotus out, and I believe the DeLorean is coming back.
Oh, wow.
Coming back. Nice choice of words there. So, does it have a flux capacitor in the DeLorean? No, I think that's a no just from the reaction. All right, Charles, I'm going to go borrow Rachel's car and send it back up to you.
All right, thanks, John. Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, the DeLorean, I went over and looked at it last time we were here. They are making that an all-electric car. They were getting ready for the SEMA show last time I looked at it, and they have the capabilities of making any car that you have, putting an electric engine, full drivetrain, everything that they need in that car is all electric based, and they were doing that with the DeLorean, and it was the first time I had actually laid hands on a DeLorean. Quite a masterpiece those stainless cars are, and I was interested to see that DeLorean and see it completely hold out as they were getting ready to reinstall all of the electrical parts in that. So, we always talk at the racetrack about I need more motor. Well, the only motor on a race car is the starter, because that's an electrical, it's an engine. Engines are gas, motors are electric. Now all of a sudden you do have motors. The DeLorean has a motor because it's an electric vehicle. So if you want to get into semantics, it is the only car here that has a motor for propulsion. Everything else has an engine. John will be on the way back up now, and we'll continue our conversations. Boy, they get off in the weeds sometimes, don't they? Sort of like drivers. I think sometimes we miss the turn and go way off into no man's land in our conversations at any racetrack we're at. But we have the historics on the track right now. We've got a Mustang out there and another more exotic car on the track. They are just out doing an exhibition race at the moment. This is not actually scored or timed. Well, I think they do have a time limit that they're going to be out there, but they're out on the track just enjoying themselves right now. Lunch will be coming up in just a few moments, and we'll get set this afternoon as we bring in our actual races. Race number 1 will come your way, race number 2 will come your way starting at 1:50 this afternoon. That's when we will get ready to bring our first race of the day as the Miatas bring them out on track. So there you see our historics on the track. They're just having a great time rolling down into turn number 1, and they're staying pretty much into their own, at least within sight of each other, so enjoying their trip around this afternoon to enjoy those historic race cars as they put them on track. And I say historic, we got a 2019 Mustang out there, not quite the historic car I was thinking of when I saw that category, but they're just enjoying their time on the track and driving their car around the racetrack. If you've never driven this racetrack or been in even a personal vehicle riding around this track, I would encourage you to have an opportunity to do so if you can, because it's very interesting to see how the forces come into play when you go around the corners, the camber of the corners, and how it shifts your body from one side to the other on things that you don't really expect. When you look at a turn on this racetrack, you think this is the way the car is going to react, and this is the way that my body is going to react to that turn. However, once you get into that corner, you find out that the way the G-forces are applied to you is completely different than what you had the idea of going in. Rumble strips start to come into play. Some tracks, they refer to them as sausages. Those rumble strips come into play as you go around the corners to help set the car, number 1, and to also give you a little bit of a feeling of how those rumble strips in the tires give you the feedback that you need in the race car. So some of them are progressive. Some of the rumble strips are progressive to give you a different feel, to let you know how far into that area that you are progressing with your turn. So there's a lot of different things that you get from the racetrack itself to give you feedback to know how to drive the course. It's an interesting day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as the historics are on the track for the first time we've seen them. And, John, these are folks that just have either old race cars or, in the case of the Mustang, a car they want to drive around the track, club members who have had an opportunity today to be on the race course. So a little different perspective from these drivers. They're really not out there competing. They're just out there right now having fun.
Can I put my Camry out there in the historics division?
Hey,
it's a historic Toyota Camry.
Why not?
Now, these are some beautiful cars. Charles, I heard you talking about the curbs out here. The curbs on main track are one-way curbs. You can't run this track backwards.
And they're stepped down. If you were to try to run it backwards, you'd be blowing some tires, I'm afraid.
Yeah, think of a rainbow shape. A speed bump would be that rainbow shape. These, you have the front half of the rainbow, and then it's a sharp cut. So when you're going the direction of travel, you kind of ride up the hill, ride up the rainbow, and then it drops off. If you're going backwards, you just smash right into basically a vertical curb up there, and that would really upset things.
Yeah, they are there to give driver feedback into what's going on with their car. When they go in, they'll know how far into the corners that they are. You see these drivers very conservative. Of course, when you're on, as in the case of the Mustang, when you're on standard suspension, you do get, you mentioned it earlier about the old heavier cars back in the day, the 60s and 70s, and you felt like you were floating on a cloud. Well, that's because you had a lot of slop, I guess you would call it. That's what we would call it back in the day. Slop in the way that the cars floated, and also in the steering. Man, you'd have to really manhandle those steering wheels. Nowadays, with rack and pinion steering is tight, and also shocks have the cars more like a performance type car. We would think of a Mercedes or BMW, the driving machine, so forth, with a very stiff undercarriage on those cars.
Well, and the coilover shocks maybe instead of leafs, as well as if you think of, I'm envisioning that 55 Chevy you had mentioned on some big white wall tires. But when you look at these racing tires here on these Radicals, you don't have much sidewall. The sidewall has flex, which can help you if you need to absorb some shock. But if you're racing, too tall of a sidewall will kind of make the car wallow around out there because the tire is flexing. When we talk on dirt tracks, side bite's important. That sidewall flexing can be an asset. Usually on an asphalt track, the sidewall is a detriment. You want stiff up to a certain point. The tires have just a little bit of give in them through the sidewall. But if you're in an old 50s car and you're 4 or 5 inches of sidewall, that's a lot of give to try to overcome.
It sure is. And, John, while we're on this subject, we've got a moment to talk about tires. Tires are, in our world of racing that we're involved in, tires are such an issue right now. It's my understanding that the problem with getting new race tires right now is not the rubber or the compound there. It is a particular ingredient that makes up the fabric that they put on these tires that they can't get at the moment. So the tire manufacturers whom we are familiar with, your Hoosiers and your American Racers and so forth, just are not being able to produce new tires right now. And we're seeing tracks open up tires to new compounds that they haven't normally run, just simply to be able to host races.
Right, open tire rules where you're talking about that fabric. Think of a steel belted radial. It's steel in the tire with the rubber wrapped around it in these racing tires. It's that fabric, those cords that are in there that they wrap the rubber around. Dirt racing tires so different from asphalt. On asphalt, you want that stiff sidewall. On dirt racing, if you go to the truck selling the tire is folded inside out, that there's really nothing to the sidewall because you want that side flexibility. But you're right, racing has been impacted by, we talk about and hear about in the news, supply chain crisis. Fuel would be more expensive, but you're right, it's hard to get parts, hard to get tires, and a lot of tracks are having to get creative, as you're saying, with the rules so that they can still have drivers racing.
I've noticed a lot of the drivers that I'm familiar with and have followed for many years are now racing at their local tracks once again instead of traveling just simply because of the price of diesel fuel running up and down the road. And now we see tracks canceling out races early in the week, not so much because of the weather situation that might occur, but because of either tires are not available for that particular division, or B, the price of fuel is so expensive that so many drivers say, I'm not coming to your track this weekend, and they know that in advance.
Right, yeah, it really impacts, and we're talking about the price of gasoline to get to the track, not the racing fuel.
Right.
Racing fuel is its own complete world. I don't know exactly what maybe this historic would run for fuel, but a lot of dirt race tracks, there's some sort of high octane fuel, or they might have ethanol in it, let alone think of those dragsters that are out there, that nitromethane, the alcohol they're burning. It's an expensive pastime here.
Yeah, here's another throwback for you, John. When I was racing back in the 70s, we would go by the airport and just get airplane fuel, and that's what we raced on. So we'd always go by the airport was just about a half mile off of the way that we went to the racetrack. And you and I were talking earlier about low-budget racing. When I started racing, not only could I not afford a trailer, I couldn't even afford a tow bar. So I would drive my race car to the racetrack. It was about 5 miles from my house. And I had somebody who went in front of me and someone who followed me. And we would just kind of sandwich in amidst all the other traffic and drive the darn thing to the racetrack. So I talked to a friend of mine who is now the sheriff of our county. And I said, could I get by with that today? And he said, no, you would be in jail before the night was over. So that was quite a bit different in the 70s than it is today.
Yeah, different times for sure. Charles, you were saying about that fuel, and that would be you went to the airport and got the aviation fuel. It has a higher octane rating, which octane isn't this magic thing inside the engine. It just means its resistance to detonating early. As cars have gotten higher and higher compression, that's a way to get more energy, more work out of the engine. But when you start compressing that fuel-air mixture into a smaller and smaller space, there's a chance that it detonates before the spark goes off. That'd be a knock, that'd be a ping. It's usually bad for the engine. These octane additives just make that less likely to happen. Talking about old engines, if you think of an old flathead, you would struggle to get 8.5 to 1 compression. 8 would be really good on a flathead, so you didn't need these high-octane fuels. Now, a typical street car is 9 to 1, and these racing machines could be 12, maybe 13 to 1. You need that high octane fuel so you don't have it exploding in the cylinder before you're ready for the spark to go off and sort of light up that cylinder.
Now, I remember in the early 90s, we were all raving about the new 9-to-1 engines. That was the big thing, was a 9-to-1 engine, and the RPMs started to creep up. I remember reading a book when I was in elementary school called Red Line 7000, and it was like unbelievable they could get 7,000 RPM. Well, now that's idling speed, it seems like, for most race cars.
Well, and when we hear about the kart track, and they're running 15, 16,000 RPMs. They are two-stroke engines, so it's a little different mechanical setup. But street motorcycles, we've seen some of those here before. When the members have their time on the track, you'll get some motorcycles, racing motorcycles, and they have those very high RPM ranges as well. Easier to do than maybe with a big V8 that you'd run on the NASCAR circuit. But when you get these small engines, there's not a lot of mass rotating, so you can get some incredible RPMs. Which, you're right, I mean, I can think of, even in the early 90s, 8,000, 8,500 was red line on a race car. And now, rules will help to pull it back. But Formula One is, clearly over 12, 14,000. The things that they can do with engines that just as technology has advanced is really incredible.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays we have electronic ignition. Obviously, they can put a chip in which regulates how high they can go as far as RPM is concerned. Back in the day when we were running condensers and points and all of those things, man, there's no limit to what you could do. So it really made us fight for every bit of things that you could get out of that engine. There was no limit to what you could get out of it.
Right. That Lotus Pace Car is on your screen right now. So interesting facts about that car. The roof, as well as what I'll call the trunk, is made of carbon fiber.
Wow.
I hesitate on the trunk, just that it is rear engine or mid-engine, so it's not the trunk that you'd think of in maybe your typical street sedan, but it would be the engine cowling back there as just a carbon fiber piece.
Yeah, I saw that carbon I pulled in today, and I thought that is a fine machine, no question about that.
So the Mustang has taken the lead on the track. Doc Jules able to get by Greg Kimbrough as we're in the waning minutes of our Historics race number 1. I remember talking with Kimbrough last year. He's done a lot of work on this car. I'll have to get some of the details, but that was one of those cars that used to be a prototype. It actually, it was never a street car, but it was running in some prototype level, and then it's sort of been found and restored. Interesting to see, if we get a close-up on that, the way the mirrors are staged on that, the little tripods, then to be able to sort of see over the rear wing of the car so the driver can at least briefly get a view of what's happening behind him.
You mentioned the National Vintage Racing Association. I was the announcer for that series for several years, and it's not often you go to a racetrack and the winning car was a 49 Chevrolet. And Woody I'm trying to think of Woody's last. Woody
Callaway, yeah.
Yeah, Woody
he
Callaway.
won at Sonoy earlier in April.
Yeah. He is a heck of a driver, and that 49 Chevrolet is one fine racing machine. Now, you have to understand, it is a late model chassis with a 49 Chevrolet body hanging on it, but it is a true 49 Chevy body. It's not one of those, you don't go to the junkyard and buy too many 49 Chevy front fenders. So they are out there racing, but they're trying to protect their equipment as well.
He's switched over to the open wheel, the Skeeter class this year.
So the 55 Skeeter, yeah.
And whether it's 55, but they talk about the model. And Charles, when you said a 49 Chevy, or they might have a 36 Chevy or a 37 Ford, you don't hear them say, oh, that's a Ford Fairlane, that's a Ford Mustang, that's a Ford Taurus. It was just the Ford.
That's
was
right.
that was the Chevy at the time. So, a lot more choices for consumers on the street nowadays. But to see those jalopies basically out there, some of those drivers even talking, the roof had to be replaced from what the original car was, because back in the 30s, a lot of roofs on cars, we didn't have the technology to make a strong piece of steel that would cover the entire span of the roof. So it would have been a steel frame with basically a tarp almost, or a tarp paper patch over the center of it. That just shows how far we've come, that now not only, you can get a solid steel piece, you can cut a hole in it and actually intentionally put glass in it. But, racers you would have to go out and change that roof to actually put some steel in it for safety when they're racing on the track. But old cars, you would see a roof that was basically like, a tar paper up there, and it could leak because, well, the tar paper might, get worn around the edges of where it comes in contact with the metal.
Yeah, well, racing has come so far. The norm back when I was messing around with race cars was to run a Volkswagen engine, a Volkswagen gas tank. We didn't have fuel cells back in the day. That wasn't a thing. It was just a gas tank. And the reason you ran a Volkswagen gas tank was because it had baffles inside. So when you went off in the corner, all that slosh didn't go to the corner. It kind of metered itself out because you had different zones inside that gas tank that didn't push you so much in the corner. Those were things you had to think of back in the day.
Which was a weight transfer, as well as when you get low on fuel, if the slosh went away from your fuel pickup, you might very potentially, the engine would sputter at that point. Almost like when you think of engines in the wet sump versus dry sump and having to have baffles down in the oil pan so that the oil doesn't slosh away and oil starve the engine. Today's engines won't last long if you starve them of oil, that they're running so tight and such close precision.
And, of course, safety equipment, our driving suit back in the day. You see these drivers in these very nice zip-up suits and cool suits and all that. Our driving suits of the day were jeans, T-shirt, and tennis shoes. A pair of PF Flyers. That was the one.
Yeah.
Here they come. That's going to be the checkered flag, and that's going to do it as Jewel leads our group right now with Greg Kimbrough finishing in second. They had a great time on the racetrack. They'll be coming off the track. We'll be taking a lunch break. We'll be back with our first race. We'll get race number 2 underway at 1:50 this afternoon. We'll get those cars to the grid at 1:30. So the grid will open at 1:30 as the Historics make their cool-down lap down the back straightaway and over into turn 4. They'll be working their way back around. We will end things for the morning session and be back again as we open the grid up at 1:30 this afternoon and getting ready for race number 2. John, you see the facade here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as we get ready for our next races to begin this afternoon. Here's a little bit of action that went on earlier in the day, and here's a great race. Jose Garcia is trying his best to take over second spot. Now, remember, Garcia started back in the field and had to work his way through. There you see Garcia coming out, and he's trying to look inside the Bill Miller car right now as they go into the corner. Look at that, as Garcia threads the needle in there to get up to second spot. What a great job Jose Garcia did. And you talked with Jose after the race was over.
Yeah, he absolutely had problems with wiring and qualifying, which set him back. And here, again, you see that exit of turn 6, so critical. That time we saw Miller get a great drive off and be able to pass Jose Garcia. That first one, Garcia kind of swept wide and was set up for a pass, and all of a sudden Blake Fabiani stuck his nose in. So here we see some of the radical issues. That is the 139 car.
That was Clifford, and Clifford was having such a difficult time coming off that corner. His car slowed as he got up at the top of the hill. We couldn't figure out exactly why, but he was able to catch back up.
Right, and you can see how close these cars can race here. It's difficult enough to race this track as they're heading up through the carousel. So we see these downforce cars sweep a little wider through the carousel than the Miatas do. They like to get right down more to the curbs. And again, here we see that 139 of Clifford in the back of that pair, where Will Layton was able to come home second in that race. The car not in the shot there as they sweep around the carousel was Chris Hewn in the 53, who dominated race number 1.
Yeah, Hewn clearly dominated. He even passed both these cars, and you talked with him about that pass that he made on 2 of them in the same corner. He was able to, as you called it, the twofer down there in turn number 10.
Yeah, and his goal really is just, I think, keep it between the curbs. As you've said, Charles, in order to finish first you must finish. So Chris was really looking to just hit his marks, protect his equipment. As we see the replay around the turn 4, that signature carousel almost looks like a water droplet in that shot.
We've talked about these cars go 170 miles per hour. It looked like in that shot they were going 170 miles per hour. A little bit of a sped up video for us right there as they head down to turn 6, and that is such a critical area on this racetrack.
Yeah, and it drops, and then you're dropping off turn 5, and then at the end you kick up. So you really have to wait. As we see one of the cars really get loose at the back there. These cars, if you stomp on the gas when they're turning, you will get squirrely in the rear end.
And almost, that is almost a flat turn. You know, we usually you think about a turn having a lot of camber going from high down to low. But as the elevation changes and you make that turn, it's almost flat there. So you have a little bit of a change of direction as far as the loading of the weight on the car. And I think for young drivers, that might be a nemesis for them when they try to hit that, because they're not expecting the weight change to be as it is when they come out of that corner.
Right. As much as we talk about 4 and turn 16 being the signature turns here, turn 6 is its own unique little devil.
Yeah, that's it. We'll be back in just a few moments. 1:30, we'll open the grid for our great race number 1. We'll be back on air at 1:40, so we look forward to you joining us then. So thanks so much. John Matthews is along by my side. I'm Charles Head. We'll be back with this afternoon's action coming up in about an hour or so. It may be an Alfa Romeo. We're not sure, but we want to find out exactly what that car is. So please report to the tower if you have that car with the "What is it" tag. We're ready to come off turn 16. Here they come off 17, and we'll get a green flag this time by.
So they're stacked up 2 by 2. And there we see the green flag of the year from our starter, Brent Landry. We are underway with race 2 as they charge downhill into turn number 1.
Well, you hear the roar of the engines of the Miatas as they take it down to turn 1. Williamson comes out of turn 1. A little bobble on the rear end of that car as he comes by pole cam 1 that's situated down near the condos. And look at this, Jose Garcia trying to make a bid on the outside. Now he tucks back in single file behind Williamson.
And they're going to stay 2 wide in the battle for third. We see Fabiani trying the hard way around the outside of that carousel with Miller working up to the inside. So it's 1 by 2 here on the opening lap.
Yeah, Miller's going to take that spot as they go down into turn 6. Williamson brakes hard as he gets into that lowest point on the racetrack at that area, and he comes off turn number 6. He is going to lead Jose Garcia by 3 car lengths. Still a tight battle back there with Miller and also Fabiani.
Fabiani, you could see, took a dive to the inside in 6. I don't know if maybe there might have been a hint of contact there with he and Miller as they battled the entire 20 minutes earlier. So now we see Williamson a few car lengths back to Jose Garcia in second, and then a gap from there. So let's see if that premonition by Garcia will come true, where Williamson will just be able to drive away from the rest of the field.
There you saw a good battle going on between those drivers. Good shot from the drone as it makes its way around the racetrack. You're looking at the exit of turn 15 right there, as we'll see those cars come through there in a moment. There's Williamson followed by Garcia as they head off 15, and we'll see them rise to the hill to come back in front of our vantage point in a moment.
So that black number 64 ran strong in the first race. Williamson said he might just make some air pressure changes and maybe put on the cool suit as the temperatures, Charles, it's gotten a little warm here. It could only have been crisp for so long this morning.
Yeah, but a little bit of a breeze blowing and enough to keep it a very comfortable day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park and a beautiful Saturday afternoon of Memorial Day weekend. There you see that field come by as they work their way over to the, I guess we're going to call that the tower corner now, as they work their way off turn number 2. And off turn number 4, Williamson, your leader, Jose Garcia, not letting Williamson get too far away right now. Jose's got a fighting chance in this one.
All right, you see Jose draw in as they're under braking, and then as they exit off, cars can put 2 wheels into that curb area. We see Garcia maybe get a little too far over. We'll have to see what the race officials do. If a car gets too far over there, they might find themselves doing a drive-through on pit road. We've seen it in years past, haven't quite seen it yet this season.
Bill Miller and Blake Fabiani, they're battling it out. That's for 3rd and 4th position. You see Fabiani in the silver car trying to go after Miller in the red car. And right now he's right up on the back bumper of him as they head up into turn 13.
Those 2 cars definitely evenly matched. They raced for 20 minutes hard against each other, and they've locked our cross swords once again here in the second race. So this is our drone cam high above Atlanta Motorsports Park as the drivers come off turn 15, a long sweeping right-hander, then into the sharp Eau Rouge honorary corner here, turn 16, down the front straightaway, and you can once again see from this camera angle the cars get on the brakes just past the start stand, and then they're downhill into that tough turn 1 hairpin.
John, it's great to have a drone nowadays with technology being what it is to follow the action all the way around this racetrack with that great drone footage. I remember doing a race at Road Atlanta 25, 30 years ago, and all we had was a camera on the front straight. We could only see what was happening on the front straightaway at at Road Atlanta, and so we saw a couple of turns, and then they'd fade off in the distance, and we'd talk for 5 minutes, and here they'd come back again. So no idea of what happened on the back section of that racetrack. Now with drones, we do have the opportunity to look all the way around this racetrack, and that is a great thing.
So once again, our leaders come through that tight turn 6 hairpin. They seem to have paired up right now. 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th are battling closely together. I'd still say the battle between Miller and Fabiani for 3rd is our best on the track.
Well, they're continuing to battle it out. We've got our leaders up front as you see them disappearing off to the top portion of your screen, and there is the battle for third and fourth as they now enter that area down in turn 11 and 12, getting ready to make that big sweeping turn. That's the 12, 13, 14 complex, I think they call it here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and that is a curvy area, but you can keep up quite a lot of speed because it is a gentle curve until you get to the fast point down at the bottom, down in turn 14. And that's where we see a lot of accidents that happen because cars careen off the track.
Well, something that no camera will really show, Charles, is how blind turn 12 into turn 13 is. When you see it from above, it just looks like a right-left combo. When you're on the track, there's a certain point you can't see the asphalt in front of you because the track not only turns, you're going up a hill, and then it sharply drops away into turn 13. As we see some battle, looks like Jose Garcia might have some trouble coming off turn 1 there. He's lost 2 positions, and that has let Williamson check out on this field.
I'm not sure what's going on. Garcia's back in the gas once again. It looks like that something may have happened to that car momentarily. Looks as though he's back up to speed right now. He works down off of turn number 5, and Garcia lost 2 spots on the racetrack, and I know he was looking forward to battling Keith Williamson for the lead in this one, but right now he finds himself in 4th.
Great exit off that corner for Fabiani, who's in the middle of that trio. Miller has been able to fend off the charges of Fabiani, but now Garcia takes a look to the inside of turn 10, but for the moment he pulls back in line.
Well, Jose, certainly no stranger to passing cars today. He's had to pass everybody from the rear of the field to make it up to second in the first race. Now he's trying to see if he can do the same thing to regain that second place spot that he lost just a lap ago. Still not able to do it at the moment when they disappeared out of our shot. Let's see if sometime during this lap Jose is going to be able to regain that. Not sure what happened to his race car, but a noticeable slowing. Maybe he got off of turn 1 and it upset the handling of the car. Something slowed him down right at that point on the race course.
Absolutely. That's something that we will watch as now we see Garcia move up the inside of Blakely off 15 and down through 16. So for now, Garcia's gained one of those spots back, and he sets his sights on Bill Miller in that red Mazda.
Now, this may be the area where we had problems before. Garcia heads off of turn number 1. That time, it looked like a really good exit off the corner. He is right there behind Bill Miller. Obviously, whatever happened to that race car, he's back up to full speed once again now.
After that lap, Williamson is your leader by 8.7 seconds. So much like he did in the first race, Williamson is just hitting his marks as we see Garcia work to the inside in the carousel, passing Bill Miller. So Garcia, at least for now, is in second place, but Miller has that inside line into turn 6 as they're hard on the brakes. And at least for now, Garcia has that point as Fabiani is just inches away from Miller, and maybe he'll try to make a move down into turn 10.
Well, there's no question that Jose Garcia has passed more cars today than anybody else on this racetrack. He came all the way from the rear in the first race to finish in second. He's lost 2 spots just a lap and a half ago, and now has regained those 2. So a lot of passing going on today for Jose Garcia, and he's found just the right spot to be able to do it. A great pass he just made on the inside coming off turn number 4, and that worked out very well for him as he's back up in second. But there you see Keith Williamson. Such a lead once again that Williamson has on this field. Whatever air pressure adjustments he made, he certainly went in the right direction.
Well, that's one of those do no harm things where he didn't want to make too many changes. There we see Garcia back to a comfortable distance over Miller, so we don't know what happened with Garcia. All it takes seemingly is one lap, one wrong turn here, and you can lose whole seconds of time. So we're on our drone cam as they work in. Now, this is the pole cam that you're watching on the screen right now. It's actually attached just above the hedge outside of turn 1. A unique view here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And it's a great view of one of the more treacherous turns here at this race course that doesn't always get a lot of publicity. It's not the most beautiful turn at the racetrack or a signature turn or anything like that. But when you're dropping down about 30 feet and you've got to make that greater than 100 than a 90-degree turn, 120 degrees or whatever it is, back to your left. Hard braking, an area where we've seen a lot of guys go out into the sand. They miss that corner, or either they get the car so out of shape that someone else is able to overtake them there. John, it's a very important part of this race course, and it's the first turn up when you start a race.
Absolutely. When drivers are at full speed, the front straightaway is the fastest place on the course, and they're probably slowing down to maybe the slowest portion on the course to get through turn one. It's downhill, there's camber issues, so it is a critical challenge here, as well as a great passing opportunity. So from the drone cam, we see Keith Williamson swing through the Eau Rouge corners here, and as he drops out of view, you can just see the lead that he has built lap after lap, as now we see Jose Garcia come into view, and he goes through turn 16, and you see no pressure behind from Bill Miller. So whatever problems Jose had, he has corrected those, and he is hoping to get back and reel in Williamson. But with about 10 minutes left here, as we see
Bill Miller, boy,
he overcooked it there. You could see all kinds of smoke. That wasn't just a case of he locked it briefly. He locked it up a long time, and that lets Fabiani get by. So for the first time today, Fabiani is able to see Miller in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, Blake Fabiani capitalized on that, as Bill Miller I thought he was going to go out in the sand. I thought he had too much speed going in there. And, of course, when you lock the brakes up, you lose all control of anything. The steering and everything kind of goes away when you see all that smoke rising from the tires, as it did there. So right now, Bill Miller is going to try to see if he can get that spot back once again. He's been faster than Blake Fabiani all day, but right now Fabiani's got about a 5-car length lead over Bill Miller. But that's for the battle for third and fourth.
So they head down the back straightaway. We'll have to see if Miller maybe did any damage to his car, maybe overheated the brakes or the tires. A mistake for sure, and you can see how costly mistakes can be here. And Charles, that could simply be he just braked a little too late going into that corner.
And it makes you wonder if Fabiani was not being held up by Miller somewhat. Maybe Fabiani had the faster car, just could not negotiate around him, because now he's starting to pull away from Bill Miller. So two questions come to bear. Number one, did something happen on Miller's car after he locked it up? Is that slowed him down somewhat, or was Fabiani just faster than him all along and couldn't get around him? We'll try to ferret that out as we go along.
So here we see Fabiani, your third-place runner, sweep through turn 16, and he'll head down the front straightaway. Once again, you can see where Garcia is just dropping out of view. That's the entrance to turn one as they drop downhill, and at least this time, Miller's able to get through without any incident. So one bad corner cost Miller his third-place position on track.
Yeah, and that may have also cost Jose Garcia, that same corner, the opportunity to really battle with Keith Williamson. But Williamson is just in another time zone. You saw him flash by. That second, third, and fourth you see on the track right there, but Williamson is long gone. He's already passed turn number 6, and heading down toward turn 8.
So we're with with Fabiani and Miller as our second, third, and fourth make it through that tough turn 6 corner. And at least for now, Miller seemed fine after, again, that one bad corner. You never know as you get late in the race, late in the day, maybe the brakes are getting hot, maybe they're fading, but he doesn't seem to be having any issues. But Charles, you're right. Once Fabiani got by Miller, he's been able to pull about 10 car lengths away.
You hear us talk about turns here. There are certain turns that we highlight. You rarely hear us talk about turn 2, turn 3, or turn 7. And the reason is they are little kinks in the track, but the drivers pretty much drive them like a straight line. The drivers don't even notice that they're a turn because they go straight through there, even though the track itself has a bit of a turn and has a number to it. Not a lot of action happens at those places because it's almost like a straightaway as far as the drivers are concerned.
Well, and we don't talk much about turn 14, which is a rare triple apex corner as they're sweeping for a very long time through that left-hander. So here we see Miller on screen running in 4th place from our drone cam. It really seems like Fabiani's pulling away from him, and Fabiani is kind of holding steady with Jose Garcia, so we may still have a battle for second before the end of this race.
Yeah, we're right now we're 13 minutes into this 20-minute race, so about 5/8 of the way through or so as we get Williamson coming through turn number 6 once again. He has been your leader, just been the class of the field all day today.
All right, so our second, third, and fourth come around that carousel. I would almost say the distance from third to fourth where Miller is, we're now starting to see that fifth-place car. Paul Denton, a name we haven't talked about much today, has Miller in his sights. We'll have to see if Denton is able to make up some ground and maybe pressure Miller into another mistake.
Miller's car just does not look like it's up to speed, John, like it was earlier. I think something got damaged on that car a little bit. Maybe it's a tire issue. Maybe he's flat-spotted the tires so much that they're just not holding and gripping as they should. Something is going on with Bill Miller's car. It's not up to par as it was early in this race.
Now, these cars, for as simple as a race car as they are, there's just so many points that can break on them. That it takes every point running 100% to be able to get you to a top speed and a top finish. So we're just watching from our drone cam here as we see Jose Garcia sweep through 15 and 16, and then Fabiani behind him coming into view. The one car we didn't see there was Keith Williamson, who was, as we've said, checked out on the field. Timing and scoring shows a 16-second lead.
And Williamson is already in the turn 4 area. He comes around up there. Right now, our second, third place, and fourth place are just coming off turn number 1. So Williamson with a commanding lead, just as he had in race number 1. And Garcia back in second right now, but no chance of chasing down Williamson unless Keith has some kind of problems as this race ensues.
So we're into the final minutes, the final 5, I'd say, Charles, here, as we got a brief view of our kart track, one of those big, steep downhills. Just, again, some of the topography we have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. As we see Williamson sweep down through turn number 11, and he heads into that sort of hidden part of the track where we don't have camera angles. It's back in there where they have that blind corner.
And that's one of the more beautiful sights on this track. It's not necessarily a signature corner, but with the foliage and the trees and so forth, it is just a beautiful area on the racetrack. We need to get all of Group 2 to grid, please. All of Group 2. We need you on grid now. Grid is open for all of Group 2. Drivers and crews, please get Group 2 to grid now.
So once again, we see our leader, Keith Williamson, head down the front straightaway, and he'll be on the brakes there, downhill into turn 1. And this is the pole cam where we're looking back to the front straightaway in turn 1. You can really see the elevation drop that happens there as we switch back and see Williamson work down that. We call it a straightaway. That's actually turn 2, and that's turn 3 there. Again, as you said, Charles, they're virtually straight, just little twitches in the straightaways.
Williamson brings it off turn number 4 right now. He's heading down the hill. It is a bit of a hill there. They go down to a very low point, and a lot of speed that those drivers carry in there. They have to get hard on the brakes as they go around that corner. Rumble strips come into play on both the inside and the outside for those drivers that come through that turn 6 area.
So Williamson out to a 17-second lead. It's kind of stabilized at that point, but Charles, at this point, Williamson just needs to keep it between the navigational beacons, as Jimmy Buffett would say, to get to the win here.
Just hang on to what you got, because you got 2 minutes and just a little over 2 minutes right now to end this. So a couple of laps, maybe 3 laps to go. We'll find out in just a moment how soon our starter is Brent Landry is going to put out the white flag. So that should be coming up in another lap or so. There you see a great skid hill and the skid pad. You see a great shot of that newly refurbished unit down there. If you want to learn how to drive on absolute ice, there's the opportunity to do that.
Well, and Charles, from this drone cam, it looked like it's flat. It actually is a hill.
It's a hill. Yeah.
The rectangular part of that is quite a hill going down. If you walk it, your legs will feel it. But the drone just kind of makes it all look flat. As, again, we're on the pole cam here, and we can see Williamson drop down into turn 1. A little bit wide there. So at this point in the race, drivers have put several laps in, used up a lot of the brakes. This is the point where the brakes stay hot. They start to fade. They'll get that signature smell of a hot, brake where it's not working so well. Drivers have to adjust their points, maybe ease into the corner a little more, and potentially this is where they have to start pumping those brakes, maybe as the brake fluid evaporates and they start having some pressure problems in the lines.
Well, one thing that told me also when Williamson came off turn number 1 is he's not letting up a bit. He drove it hard into turn 1. He is making sure that he continues to have that lead, and it is substantial, but he's still racing this race course hard, not worrying about Jose Garcia behind him. There's no chance, I don't think, that Jose will catch up with him, but the laps are winding down now, and the time is winding down as Williamson takes it down into turn 11 once again.
Something to note, Bill Miller has pulled into the pit area and retired for the day, so that has moved Paul Denton up to 4th place. So a change of events. I look down our pit row, and I don't see that red signature Miata of Miller, but he is no longer being scored as in the top 5.
Williamson will be coming off turn 14 here in a moment. We'll see him make his way onto the screen, and there he comes. Williamson comes by, and let's see if we get a white flag this time by. Looks like white flag is in the hands right now. Yes, Trent Larson pulls Brent Landry pulls the white flag out, so that is going to be the final lap that's underway as Williamson takes it off turn 1. He's heading down toward turn 2 and makes that final turn around turn number 4 in the carousel here in just a moment.
So the number of turns is winding down as he works through 3, and he has to get around that signature carousel. No pressure from the back. This almost seems like an early victory lap here for Williamson. He led from the beginning of race 1, wire to wire, and he is going wire to wire here in race number 2 as he drops down into turn number 6.
He can afford for this to be a cool down lap, even though he probably doesn't know where Jose Garcia is. He's not going to drive it like that, but it could be for Keith Williamson. He hangs the 2 tires to the outside of the rumbled strips as he works his way down toward turn 8, and you'll see Williamson then disappear into that huge sweeping complex of 12, 13, and 14. We'll go to the lowest point on the racetrack. That'll be turn 14 as he gets down to the bottom. You mentioned that is a what did you call that?
Triple apex.
Triple apex, yeah, the triple apex corner over there.
It goes on forever when you're driving. And Charles, to use another Days of Thunder reference like we had earlier, at this point, Williamson will be eating ice cream in the car if he could. He'd be out there, be able to take an easy lap around. But as you said, he has not let up. He is charging every lap, trying to better himself. That's what champions do. They try to run hard every single lap. As we see Keith Williamson roll off Sweet 16, and he heads down the front straightaway. He sees the checkered flag in the air. Keith Williamson wins our Spec Miata race number 2 this afternoon.
And the double checkers way for Williamson. They'll also be coming out. Jose Garcia will be on his way by in just a moment. Garcia will come in. He will claim second spot. But it's quite an afternoon, interesting afternoon for Jose Garcia as something happened in turn number 1. John, see if you can ask Jose what went on with that race car. Was it a problem or was it just a mess up in turn 1 when you go down there? Blakely Fabiani is going to finish in 3rd position, so that will be your top 3. Your podium finishers will be Keith Williamson, Jose Garcia, and Blakely Fabiani. The rest of the field now work their way by as well. For Keith Williamson, it was a wonderful afternoon for him, a wonderful morning as well, as he led handily in the first race today and was able to bring home the win to start up front. Jose Garcia had a very interesting day. He started the race this morning in last position. He had an electrical problem, which put him starting on the grid last. Jose worked his way up to second spot, thought he might have something for Keith Williamson on the second race because he was going to have a chance to start right behind him rather than having to make up so much ground and finish behind him as much as he did in race number 1. However, for Jose, even though he had a great race going in second position, something happened to that race car as he went off turn number 1. We don't know if it was mechanical. We don't know if it was a driver error as he went off turn number 1. We did not see that from our vantage point. So John is going to try to find out exactly what happened with Jose Garcia down there. Jose rallied. He picked up 2 more spots that he had lost in turn 1. He picked those 2 spots back up and was able to finish in second spot. Blake Fabiani took 3rd. Bill Miller, who had been running second and third throughout that race, depending on where Jose was, wound up having to go to the pit area. So that ended it for Bill Miller early this afternoon. So right now, Keith Williamson is pulling into his area down on pit road. John Matthews is on his way over to talk with our winner, Keith Williamson. Jose Garcia and the rest of the field will pull in behind him. We'll be bringing out our Group 2 cars in just a moment. We've already got the grid open for them. There you see them lining up, getting ready to go down to get set up and in the staging area for today's race. So exiting the winning race car will be Keith Williamson. He'll be out in just a moment, and we'll get a word from him. He talked about changing air pressure earlier today from the morning practice until we got ready to go out on the second one. And so we'll be finding out how that air pressure adjustment worked. Clearly, it worked out well for Williamson as he was able to dominate this race again here this afternoon. There you see him still coming down the pit lane right now. Hopefully John will be able to get a word with him, but I believe he has gone past our point of the interview station, so I don't know that we're going to get anything from Keith Williamson right now. He's pulling in. Maybe John can track him down as he pulls that car off of the pit lane area.
Well, Charles, he's actually down in one of the paddock areas now. Maybe he's going to be doing some donuts over there. We see racers do that a lot in NASCAR races, but you're right. Keith Williamson's just headed to the garage already. Maybe we'll get second place Jose Garcia up.
No, it's a Holden.
It's a what?
It's a Holden.
That kind of makes for a sad victory lane celebration as, yeah, we see Jose Garcia pulling into the paddock as well. So I think I'm just going to get up top with you, Charles, and get ready for this Radicals race coming up.
Getting ready for Group 2. We bring them out on the racetrack, and we'll be set to go racing with them in just a moment. Right now they're behind the safety car as they head around the beautiful Lotus safety car as it heads around the course here. They're coming off turn number 7 right now. We'll get them lined up in 2x2 fashion. Only 3 of our competitors here this afternoon for Group number 2. We'll have the Historics coming out a little later.
7-4 in the lead. Peter? What's that? We got 7-4 in the lead, not Chris. Watch the camera. And they're going to be lined up next to each other, but do we want to wave this off and get them lined up right?
Yeah, let's get them lined up right. Or did they make the change themselves?
Yeah. Hit out. Did they change positions, or how did you line up? We got the wrong car in the lead.
Uh-oh.
Are we running Historics again or not? Or are they done?
I don't know.
He said,
Okay.
I was talking to him earlier. He said he was going.
See if you can
He didn't say he wasn't going again, so I think
start
probably
with switch sides. If they're wrong sides, see if you can get them to switch sides, and we'll try next time.
Yep, so keep pace car out. Wave off.
So we're going to wave off this start. There was a pause in the action as we determined what's going on. It doesn't look like the cars are lined up properly. We're going to get them lined up. Chris Hewn, of course, was the winner of our first race in the day, and so he will line up on the pole position for this one. And right now they're not lined up in that fashion, so we're going to get it lined up again and make another lap around in order to get this lineup in the proper position.
They're lined up correctly now.
Now they're lined up correctly, I believe, so I believe we should be
All turn standing double yellow. All turn standing double yellow.
but we're not going to be able to get a green flag start this time. Pace car was not pulled off because we didn't have them lined up properly at that point when the pace car would have, or the safety car would have pulled down pit road. So right now we're going to line them up again, make one more lap around, and then we'll go green for these drivers for 20 minutes. So there you see the drivers making their way by. We were looking at those earlier. SR1s and SR3s are in this field of cars, and that's just another generation of the original SR1s. So they have several of those on the track. We saw a fourth car down there, but it looks like it's not in competition here this afternoon in this particular race. These cars are from the Primal Racing School, and they're also the Radical cars that are here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and certainly those are available for you if you want to look at purchasing one of those and being involved in racing in a radical kind of way. It's a great opportunity for you to do so. The Lotus Pace Car takes them down through turn 6, down into 7, and in a moment you'll see that pace car disappear down the pit lane, and we'll get this race underway for 20 minutes for our drivers in the Radical or Downforce cars. It's been a great afternoon to watch not only what's going on here at this track, but also at the kart track. We see another new group of drivers coming out from the kart track. It's rental day at the kart track. Those drivers are having a great fun battle over there as they race down into their corners and enjoy themselves. And as usual, we see some spinning out on their first time out in those karts as they bring them down to what is turn number 9 at the kart track. So a lot of fun for those drivers and kart riders over there. A good group of rental karts this afternoon as they make their way around the track and enjoy themselves there. That's always open for you Monday through Sunday, Tuesday through Sunday here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Bring yourself over by yourself if you want, or bring yourself and your buddy over, or bring a whole group. Rent the track out for your whole company to enjoy themselves for an afternoon of fun action at the kart track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Right now we're getting ready for our second event of this afternoon as the downforce cars bring them off turn number 16, down 17. They'll come down the front straightaway. We'll get the green flag, get this race in the air. Look at that. 3 wide as they head to turn 1. This is not going to work. You cannot go into turn 1 3 wide. They single themselves out, make their way through there. Chris Hewn was our early race leader. Now we got a battle going on between first and second spot as Kevin Clifford works up and tries to take that spot away from Chris Hewn. Clifford in the number 139. That may be him as your race leader. It's hard to tell from our vantage point right here. We'll look and see if we get a number on that car as they work their way by. And coming off turn number 6, we see that is Kevin Clifford. He has assumed the lead from Chris Hewn. Hewn checked out in the first race. Now Clifford is trying to see if he can do that in race number 2. He's got Hewn behind him, but Clifford is working his way now down into turn number 10. It's Clifford, your race leader. First time he has led all day today. Will Layton is behind them. You see his car disappearing up the hill right now. So Chris Hewn having to be relegated with second place at the moment as Kevin Clifford is your race leader. There comes Clifford by. You see him coming by the front straightaway at the tower here. He's down to turn number 1. Chris Hewn is there trying to break to the inside. Hewn going to try to take that spot away. Can't do it as Clifford still remains in the top position. Chris Hewn in second spot. Will Layton is way back behind this battle going on. He is in third at the moment. But our leader is Kevin Clifford as he brings it off the 4th turn, which is our signature carousel turn here, down into turn number 6. Clifford leads it. Look at this. Hewn making a bold move up to the inside. Hewn going to take away the number 1 spot. Clifford went wide. Hewn cut down underneath him, out-braked him, and got down into turn number 6. Took that spot away, so now Clifford trying to battle back once again. Hewn checked out on the field last time. Can he do that now that he's gotten by Clifford? As this race goes on, we'll find out what the answer to that question is. Hewn takes him up the hill. Clifford right in his tire tracks right now as they make that big turn around 12, 13, and 14. In just a moment, we'll see Chris Hewn come by off of turn number 14 and see what we've got there as far as the distance between his car and that of Kevin Clifford. He now has about 6 car lengths over Clifford. So Chris Hewn, your new race leader. Hewn will go atop of the leaderboard. Kevin Clifford in second. It's a ways back to Will Layton. But our drivers bring it off turn 4. Round the carousel they go. Hewn still holding about the same distance he had over Kevin Clifford. He has not been able to increase that much over the last lap, but right now Clifford is still trying to work his way back up to see if he can get up in there. You see the rear end of Clifford's car sliding around a little. Hewn seemed to be more stable on the racetrack coming off turn number 6. And Clifford's car, the rear end slid around a bit with him. Looks like the handling has gone away somewhat on Clifford's car, and that may be why that gap is now growing between those two cars, as he just can't handle the corners as well as can the number 53 of Chris Hewn. There you see one of the cars sitting on pit lane. It did not come out onto the racetrack, so I'm not sure exactly what the situation was for that car. You saw the tail end and the wing of that car as it was down there on pit lane right now. There comes your leader, Chris Hewn. Once again, Clifford taking up all of that racetrack, going way down to the inside area on the rumble strips as he came by the flag stand, then winds his way back out to set himself up for a good exit off of turn number 1. But the gap has grown now as Chris Hewn once again has quite a lead over Kevin Clifford. We're only 5 minutes into this 20-minute race for our Radical Downforce cars, and they are certainly putting on the show once again, as is Chris Hewn. He breaks it going into turn number 6. Hewn lets that car drift off turn 6 and has the advantage. There you just see the car of Kevin Clifford coming into the top of your picture at the moment. So Chris Hewn now really starting to pull away. I think that handling has really gone away on Clifford's car. Looks like he is not handling well at all and just cannot keep up with the tempo that Chris Hewn has set in this race so far. Quite a distance now that Chris Hewn has on Kevin Clifford. You see Clifford just ready to come into the picture there in turn number 9. And so it's going to be Chris Hewn out front, and Chris Hewn leads them. He'll come by our vantage point here in just a moment, and he will have quite the advantage over Kevin Clifford, and it's quite a ways back then to Will Layton. So we may see Hewn today get an opportunity to once again lap this field. I think that may be the case because Chris Hewn is up in turn number 3. And John, I was involved in conversation when you were down there. Did you get to talk to Keith Williamson?
I did. He had pulled right to his garage outside the paddock. He wanted to get some temperatures and pressures on his tires. So Ever the engineer wants that data for next time. Was excited to win. We'll try to get a word with him later.
Okay, I didn't know if you got with him or not. I was tied up in other things and wasn't sure exactly what was going on. In the days when I was working pit road, you would have to wait on any guy that claimed a pole position or whatever because they had to go by and get the tire temperatures done. They had to check all of that before you could get an excited winner. And it seemed like 2 or 3 minutes after somebody would win a pole at a big race before you could even get to talk to him because Goodyear was there checking all the tire pressures and all the temperatures.
Yep, he wanted that information. And this is something a lot of these drivers here rent or buy one of the paddock spaces out, whether it's north or south paddock, so they house the cars right here. And Keith pulled past Victory Lane and went right to his garage and parked it. I also got a word in there with Bill Miller, who we saw him running in third place for most of the race, and he had said something that can happen here. Going into turn 6, you can lock up the brakes because you're coming downhill, you're carrying a lot of speed, and you have to slow down for that hairpin. Well, he had done that at some point during the race, and as things tend to go, when you flat spot a tire, the next time you brake, you're more likely to have the tire lock up on that point because it's not round anymore. Well, going down into turn 1 that time, he said he was intentionally braking late, trying to carry more speed into the corner, and it caught that flat spot and really locked up at that point. I could see that tire, that right front tire, worn right down to the cords.
Wow.
And he
so
said
the problem didn't occur, it didn't start in turn 1, it started earlier in turn 6 and it manifested in turn 1.
Right, so at some point he got a little flat spot and all of a sudden when he went hard onto the brakes in turn 1, it locked up on that. And that's when we saw, he was smoking for maybe 100 feet in the corner. Right. And he said by that time it was terribly flat spotted. And he spun later in turn 6 when he said he really would have had no reason to spin, so he pulled in for handling issues. And you could see that tire will probably be flat by sunset, that It was that worn right down to the cord. So he pulled it off with that. Definitely upset at what happened, but that's part of racing where you have to manage your car out there, and all it takes is just a couple of times. You brake a little late and you flat spot it once, and then you come along, and if you brake late, you get a big flat spot, and that's going to really make for the end of the day.
Well, our race continues on right now, and Chris Hewn has quite an advantage. John, you and I were talking about tires earlier. I remember the days when we were changing over from bias ply tires to radial tires, and there was a lot of talk about how that was going to play itself out in the world of stock car racing and in other forms of racing. and it seems like everybody went to the radial kind of tire. Now you start seeing these bias ply tires kind of reemerging again. I don't know if it's just technology or if it's sort of like guitar amps. Everybody wants to go back to the old tube amps. I mean, sometimes the greater technology is not the best.
Well, we have a great battle here between Layton and Clifford. Layton just pipped Clifford at the line that time, reclaiming second spot. Charles, I remember back in the days when they were still running the bias pliers, how often would you see someone like an Earnhardt or a Yarborough smoking the right rear tire through the corners? And that's just something you did on bias ply tires. And then once they went to the radial tires, that was not the fast way around. So again, we see a battle for second. This time it is Clifford moving back to the inside of Layton. So these two continuing a lot of the great battles that they've had from race number 1.
Yeah, Layton had gotten up there and gotten second spot away, and now Clifford pulls his car back in. You know, Clifford led early in this race before Chris Hewn got by him. I don't know if Chris was just biding his time or what, but clearly he's the fastest car on the racetrack and has made his way. Now he's in turn 4, and these other guys are just now getting down into turn number 8 and turn number 9. So it may be an opportunity that Chris Hewn, with just about half of this race left, may have a chance to try to see if he can get by him. I wonder if he'll double dip again this time, if he'll get them by both in the same corner.
Well, it's possible. Hewn running an SR3, which has to be a little more powerful and a little quicker than the SR1 that we're seeing out there on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think that's and I know this is odd, but I think that's the second generation of the SR1. I don't think there was an SR2. At least I've not seen one of those, I have to prove that I'm ignorant on that point, so I don't know about the SR2, but I do know there was the SR1 and we see the SR3s on occasion.
Skipping a number is going to really throw off the engineer in me. Like we need alignment. What happened to number 2? Not the first time we skipped rev numbers and things. I mean, Windows went straight from what? They went straight from 3 to 95 when they totally changed their numbering system.
But that was a year, so you can understand that.
It was a year when they went to 95. As we continue to see that great battle for second, this time around on that last lap, Clifford was in second place. So those two seem like they're going to lock horns for the rest of about 10 minutes of racing here, because Chris Hewn is out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and continuing that frame of thought that you were talking about, Windows 11 now, it's almost impossible to download Google. They will not allow you to. I had to call Google, and they had to walk me through, because Microsoft will not allow you to download Google unless you really jump through the hoops to do it. Anyway, coming off turn number 4, there's your leader, Chris Hewn. We have gotten off into the sand dunes, John. We've gotten way off course here. Here comes Hewn. He's down to turn number 6. Meanwhile, there's our two guys still battling for second and third as they head up to turn number 10.
Yeah, up that hill, and then they'll go out of sight for a bit. Well, race fans, we do appreciate you watching. This will be a great chance for you to give a follow, like, or share, comment, the bell. What else am I missing, Charles? You know, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook today, give a follow to Atlanta Motorsports Park. You can see not only these live races, we'll have 6 more of our Summer Championship Series. We'll also have, you can get live action from the go-kart track, as well as the occasional race recaps and promotional materials that they'll put together. So you'll want to follow Atlanta Motorsports Park on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
We had a great race over at the kart track last week and learned quite a bit about those engines and the quote-unquote restrictor plate that they have on those, which is actually called a slide, and it's in the carburetor. It limits the throttle body. It limits how far the throttle will go. So learning more and more about all of these cars as we're here. As you said, this is not my background nor yours in racing, and we're learning each time we get here, and hopefully we'll be able to impart some wisdom that other people teach us, because we are not the knowledgeable people on this, but just trying to impart what we learn.
Looks like Clifford was slow coming out of the carousel that time, and that's allowed Layton to open up probably the biggest gap he's had this afternoon, and hunting them down. Chris Hewn has just come off turn number 6, but we can see that Clifford is slow going down towards turn number 10.
You can just look at these cars and see how much faster Hewn's car. It just has a different attitude going into the corners than the other cars do. Very much a faster race car. And before we get to the end of this, another 7.5 minutes from now, I got a feeling you're going to see Hewn overtake these other two.
Well, Hewn just continuing to lay down those consistent laps, and that's what's so important in road course racing, hitting your marks. We had heard about from Bill Miller in the first race. You miss your mark one time, and that's going to damage the tires in some way. That'll hurt the rest of your race. So that is Layton on screen, just getting past.
Well, you know, Will Layton, a couple of laps ago, Will Layton had the fastest lap on the course. And so he has speed. There's no question about that. He just has such a distance to try to catch up. I don't think that's going to be able to happen.
Looks like Chris Hewn is overtaking Kevin Clifford there. So, Charles, it does not appear that Chris will get the 2-for-1 like he did last time. So you can really see Hewn there right down to the inside of that carousel in that SR3. He has it wound up, and you will see that gap balloon outwards. But make me a liar, Clifford is hanging on at least down into turn number 6 under braking.
Yeah, Clifford's able to hang on right now. Hewn is right behind him as they make their way off of turn number 6. It's still Clifford with the advantage. Now keep in mind, Hewn is the leader of the race, so he's trying to put Clifford a lap down. That doesn't mean that Clifford, it's not for position at all, but you still like to race somebody. You like to be ahead of whoever's behind you.
So we see our leader at the back of that duo up and out of sight into turn 12. Here we have another great view. That is the clubhouse at the kart racing facility. Cars, Charles, it's quite interesting when they house the cars under there for the race, and all of a sudden 20 or so LO206s fire to life and the whole building rumbles.
We had 31 last week. Wow. Man, you could just feel it. One of my lines was drivers always talk about that seat of the pants feeling. Well, we had the seat of the pants feeling on us sitting there with all those carts rumbling underneath us.
The kart track also does different schools as well, so if you want to drive a kart, if you want to get better at driving a kart, Atlanta Motorsports Park is the place to do that. And as Charles has said a couple times, whether Tuesday through Sunday, any day of the week, you're going to want to get a reservation because it's a pretty popular place to be. Now we see all 3 cars sort of connected on the track as Chris Hewn's going to work to the outside through turn number 6 to get by Will Layton. And here comes Kevin Clifford dirt tracking around turn number 6 that time, as now it's Layton that's slow down the back straightaway.
Well, it hasn't been many times during this race we've seen all 3 cars in a shot. We see them now for a while. That will last just a little longer. And look at this replay of coming up right here. Look what Hewn went high. Clifford, as you said, dirt tracked it through turn, or Hewn, Layton dirt tracked it through turn number 6, and so quite an interesting difference in how those drivers handled that corner.
Well, I heard you saying you can't go 3 wide into turn 1. It's pretty hard to go even 1 wide through turn 6, let alone almost seeing 3 different lines there. As now we see our leader come out from the woods. Chris Hewn is going to put another lap on the board here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And our time is starting to wind down just a bit. We've got a little over 3 minutes left in this race for our radical cars. We're bringing the historical cars out, so they'll be out on the track in just a little while. Right now, we've still got this race going on, but Chris Hewn has it firmly in hand right now as Hewn leads this group of drivers. Still a battle, I guess you could say, for second and third between Will Layton and Kevin Clifford. Both of those have run second throughout this race. Clifford has led a bit of this race. So it's interesting to watch these drivers as they battle back and forth between second and third spot.
So down the back straightaway, Hewn has that SR3 wound up. And as we've said, he is just heading towards victory lane. It appears that the 74, Will Layton, has things back in line and going again after he had a rough exit off turn 6 on the last lap.
Hewn works his way up into turn 12. Layton and Clifford, you see, following in behind there. Hewn not getting too much an advantage. Now, he is a full lap ahead, but he's not getting too much an advantage right now. He goes down into turn 14 and makes his way off of 14. He'll be coming by our vantage point here in just a minute, and I think it's a little premature to have a white flag this time. We're 2 minutes to go, so I think we'll get probably one more lap under our belts before the white flag will come out on this field as Hewn works his way by in the 53, and true enough, the white flag does not come out, so maybe that will be next time by. As those drivers still battle it out, it's the 74 of Layton who holds on to second spot over Kevin Clifford. They work their way off turn number 1, and they've still got a really good battle going on, John.
Yeah, Clifford almost making a move through turns 2 and 3. Almost makes you wonder if Clifford's playing a little bit of cat and mouse with Layton here, it seems like, through the course of the morning and now in the afternoon. Out front, Hewn is already into turn 6 as our other pair is exiting the carousel. So Hewn with that SR3, just an incredible machine. Once again, he's running
lap times of about 1 minute 22 seconds, and that's going to be just over 80 miles an hour average.
Well, our two drivers are making their way down. That is for position right now as the number 74 of Layton leads the number 139 of Kevin Clifford, and we'll see them disappear down to the bottom at turn number 10 as they make their way trying to get around up the hill. We'll watch them as they make their final laps. Next time by, you should see these drivers all take the white flag.
So once again, we see the U.S. flag up on the hillside. Memorial Day weekend 2022, as the white flag is in the air for Chris Hewn. Charles, it was quite touching to drive out or through and then out of downtown Dawsonville today. The white crosses lining the road, something that they do to salute the, I don't want to say veterans, but those that have died in service. And you could see on the cross what flag, what war they served in and died in.
Yeah, if you come through downtown Dawsonville, you go past Gober-Soseby Drive, and just past there, you start to see all of those crosses. Mr. Gober-Soseby, one of the greats out of Dawsonville that sort of started the revolution of stock car racing in this area of the country, and he is
Hall
so
of Famer,
honored.
Hall of Famer at the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, which
Absolutely.
is just outside of downtown Dawsonville. We also have the old pool room, which is known for the sandwiches, but Mr. Perkle and ringing the siren anytime that an Elliott wins a race. As our best battle on the track continues to be that battle for second. Layton looks to be in front of Clifford as they head to turn 10, but the story of the afternoon has been Chris Hewn, his dominance in the downforce class.
And Chris Hewn's going to be coming off turn 14 in just a moment. We will see Chris Hewn emerge. He will come by to the double checkered flags here in just a moment. So Chris Hewn will win this afternoon in convincing fashion as he did this morning. Here comes Hewn by. He will take the checkered flag, and he will be our winner of the downforce cars, the Radical cars, here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's still up in the air as to who's going to be second and third right now because those two drivers were battling hard. They're about, a quarter mile or so behind our winner, Chris Hewn. Here they come. We'll come to the line and see which of these white cars finishes in second. Wow, at the last second, it is the 74 of
Will Layton.
Will Layton, who overtakes Kevin Clifford. Clifford looked like he had it coming right down to the wire, and all of a sudden Layton got past him just before they got to the stripe. So therefore, it's going to be Will Layton who finishes in second. Chris Hewn gets the win. John Matthews will be down talking with our winner in just a moment if he can pull him aside on the pit lane. They make their cool-down lap, and they'll be going around the track for the final time. Chris Hewn already about halfway around the track while the others still circle in turn number 4. We'll be getting John down there with our winner in just a moment. Historic cars will be coming out on the track in a moment. We got a couple of those cars here just making laps and enjoying themselves and having a wonderful time here this afternoon, and we'll chronicle those drivers as they bring them out onto the track in just a little while. Chris Hewn showing the same prowess he showed in race number 1 today, and he's doing a wonderful job here by coming home the victor this afternoon in the Radical downforce cars. Good job by Chris Hewn. It was an interesting race all afternoon long from Will Layton and also from Will Layton, who finished in second, and Clifford. Kevin Clifford, who finished in third place. Interesting battle between the two of those drivers. They battled all afternoon long side by side. They wound up swapping that second and third place finish or third place run several times throughout the afternoon. In the end, it was Will Layton taking the win over Kevin, or taking second place over Kevin Clifford. There you see our winner pulling into the pit area. John Matthews is there. As soon as Chris Hewn gets out of that race car, we'll find out his thoughts on this second race of the day. We heard from him earlier in the day and how well his car was running. And there you see the 139 pulling in. 74 of Layton will be coming in just a moment. Kevin Clifford getting out of his race car, as well as Chris Hewn. We saw those paddle controls on the steering columns earlier today. We looked at those when we were down there checking things out. Interesting to see how these drivers change gears and so forth in those cars. So it was an exciting time to look over and get a real feel for what that driver goes through as they sit in the cockpit of these race cars. Chris Hewn is exiting the car right now. He'll get the helmet off in just a moment. He'll be ready to talk with John Matthews, and we'll find out his thoughts on the win this afternoon and find out what changes he may have made to that car from the morning session until the afternoon session. Let's go down to John.
All right, thank you, Charles. So, Chris, you had a good smile on your face after round one. It seems even bigger. How fun was it out there this afternoon?
It was a ton of fun. It was awesome fun and great racing there, a couple laps, and looking forward to the next time.
All right, now we know the Miata drivers have the cool suit that they're inside. It's become a warm afternoon here. What is it like in the cockpit of one of these sort of open radical cars as you're racing at speed?
You get a little bit more wind in your face, but you still want the cool suit on a day like today. I definitely hooked up myself.
All right, and you can see he has the tube here for the cool suit. Now, Chris, we've noticed it appears you have paddle shifters on there. How many gears do you have in the transmission?
There's 6 gears. Yeah, you can go through them really quick.
And do you use all of them here on a typical lap around the course?
Yeah, typically. I mean, you're not in first that much. Mostly second through sixth. Flat out across the back and down the straight, down into second.
All right, well, Chris, congratulations on sweeping the radical races this afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Thanks, John. John with Chris Hewn. May have an opportunity to visit with another driver or so. We'll see if that is the case. If John has someone down there now. John, have you got somebody else that we were going to talk to?
I'm hoping to get a word with second place Will Layton. Will, congratulations on your run. So what was it like there out in there? You're, I believe, in an SR1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm relatively new to SR1. So it's been a year that I was driving it, and this guy actually taught me probably more today than I probably learned in the last few months.
And when you say this guy, you mean?
Kevin.
All right, because it seemed like you and Kevin were swapping back and forth a lot. What's the biggest thing you think you learned this afternoon?
Confidence. I do a lot of review of the videotapes and everything, but it's one thing actually watching that and actually seeing somebody take what you learn and actually apply it, and being behind somebody with so much experience and seeing how they do what they do. It's kind of humbling, but also it's a learning experience. So.
Will we see you back here for round number 3 for the Summer Championship Series?
Yeah, you'll see me for the rest of the summer and hopefully the fall.
All right, well, we look forward to it, Will. Congratulations on running second today. Confidence booth for second place, Will. And with that, Charles, we're going to send it back up to you for Historics.
Thanks, John. Yeah, Historics are going to be on the way out. Congratulations again to Chris Hewn, to Will Layton, and to Kevin Clifford on a good run today in the Radical cars. We'll be bringing out the Historics in just a moment. They'll be on the racetrack, and they'll be having a time to get out there and enjoy themselves on the racetrack. It's always good to see club members come out and enjoy themselves and have a time to drive their cars around the racetrack, and that's what we're doing this afternoon. The category is Historics, but we've got a 2019 Mustang out there, so not sure how historical that car is, but still an opportunity for them to drive their cars and enjoy themselves while they're here this afternoon. We'll be getting them on the track in a moment. There you see the Mustang pulling out, and the other car, which we do not know exactly what it is, that's more of a Radical style prototype car. It's the 00, and it's got those funny mounted shock or the shock mounts for the mirrors that look different on that car. It's always exciting to see cars like that come out onto the racetrack, and we look forward to seeing those on the track in just a moment. It's been a great afternoon to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We'll have podium presentations coming up in a little while, so make sure you hang around for those. John Matthews and I will be wrapping things up here as far as our competition is concerned. Historical cars will not be scored as such, but they will have their 20 minutes on the racetrack, so we'll be talking more about what's happened during the day up to this point than we will about what's coming up on the track. So make sure you stay tuned for that. John has worked his way back here into the tower, and it's good to see these drivers down there. And John, I noticed that when you talk with Chris Hewn, he's obviously pleased with the way things have gone today. Just could not been a more storybook kind of day for Chris Hewn. He started on the pole. He won. He won convincingly in both races. Did not have any issues whatsoever today. And again, he was in a position where he really wasn't racing another person or another machine as much as he was out there racing the track, hitting his marks, making sure that he got everything right. And from what we saw from the camera angles, the vantage point, and so forth, it looked like he pretty much ran a perfect race today.
I would agree. He had that $1 million smile at the end of the race. Definitely, in that case, he's racing the track and he's racing the clock.
and he was able to do that well. As we see our historic, that's Greg Kimbrough's automobile roll down through the grid. Charles, earlier we were seeking out the person who had the car with the license plate. What is it?
Yeah.
I did a little research. Whatever logo is on that, that is not an Alfa Romeo. That I'm going to show Charles on my phone. That's the Alfa Romeo logo.
Well,
that one down there looks like something from the 80s cartoon Voltron.
You weren't up here. It's a Holden. He came up here and introduced himself to me, and that is a Holden. It is a badge that it's an Australian redo of a Chevrolet.
Okay, it kind of did look like a Chevy Malibu there for a split second. Okay,
it's a rebranding of that, and it's kind of a cool deal. I asked him, did he just come upon it, or had he searched it out? And he said he had searched it out. He'd wanted one forever, and so that is what it is. So we were able to find out what it was. Interesting story on that car, and it's a beautiful machine.
I guess we didn't look. Is it a right side drive car if it's an Australian make?
Well, it was. I mean, I saw the steering wheel on the left-hand side. Yeah.
Well, the left-hand side is what we drive on.
Right.
And I was thinking it might have been on the right-hand side.
No. It was in the proper position.
Okay, a proper position.
Yeah, in the proper position. Now, and I'm getting ready to go to Italy, but I think they drive on the same
They drive
side
on the right.
Italy,
Yeah, they're right. So it'd be a left-side drive car there. The one odd experience I have, Charles, is when you go to the U.S. Virgin Islands, they take a car that you would drive here, a left-side drive car, and you drive down there on the left side of the road. So you're driving, and it feels like you're driving like in the gutter. And there's the whole middle of the car. And what it really makes for an interesting time for whoever the passenger is in the car. They're the one that's basically in the front seat, right at the, right on the yellow line, and seeing the traffic come at them with absolutely no control of what happens.
Not a good position to be in. And everything's fine and dandy as long as you've got your wits about you and you're thinking. But it's when the something occurs and you have to use your instincts. Your instincts are automatically to go a different direction, and that's where the problem comes in.
Right. You shouldn't have any problem in Italy. They do drive on the right side there. It's mostly the old British Commonwealths that drive on the left. And you're right. It's strange to me when you see a video online, especially when cars are turning at intersections. I'm okay with driving on the left. It's when you have to go through an intersection and everything goes backwards. So here on screen, we see Chris Hewn on the right, a giant of a man having a giant day today, winning the Radicals race, and then we see Will Layton and
Kevin Clifford.
Kevin Clifford there. Kevin is in the black with green fire suit. So just they're competitors, but a lot of fun times had here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear Will Layton talking about you learn more on the track just following Kevin Clifford than he had in all of the other things he had done, how much he learned by following someone with experience and what he learned today, and the fact that he's going to be back. Man, he loves it because he's going to be back for the rest of the series throughout the summer and in the fall.
When we see the Chargers class on dirt tracks, and that's the sportsman beginner class, drivers that are really new to full-size cars, you always say how valuable that seat time is. And really that's what Will was expressing. He said you can watch the video all you want, but when you get in the seat and you're doing it, your learning happens so much more quickly. It becomes real. You're not just watching a tape at that point.
I was working with, I don't know if this name is familiar to Jason Keller. He was a driver in the NASCAR All-Pro Series and then ran some races in Busch Series. And he was at Darlington, and he said I specifically got out on the track behind Mark Martin because I wanted to see how Mark ran the racetrack. And he said, where I normally braked, he said Mark went like 75 feet more before he braked. He said, I didn't know the car could go that far without braking, by being a brake point. So he said, I learned so much by following him around that racetrack. So you never know what you're going to have whenever you find those guys doing that.
Well, it was the old coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, John McKay, said you don't learn anything by sitting on the bench and drinking Gatorade. You learn when you're a quarterback and you get out there in the huddle and call plays and run them. And it's no different in racing. It's about getting out in the seat and racing fender to fender, door to door with other cars. So here we see the Mustang just out enjoying the course on this beautiful early summer afternoon. Once again, Memorial Day weekend 2022. This is the traditional beginning of summer. Temperatures have risen to just about 80 degrees here. So if you're in the sun, late May sun, Charles, it does feel warm out there. Chris Hewn had indicated he went and switched to his cool suit, as we see. That's Chris on screen with their dog. That yellow lab was
singing sort of a tune as I was interviewing Chris. You could hear him off in the background, excited to see his daddy.
Well, Chris is the top dog here this afternoon, no doubt about that. He will be down there in just a few moments along with us as we get ready for some presentations coming up. There you see our 69. I had a 69 Mustang. My mind automatically goes to that. It's a 2019 Mustang that's on there. Now, 69 would be historic. That would be historic.
That would be historic.
69 Mustang on the track.
2019 off by 50 years. So, yeah.
And so am I. I'm off by about 50 years, so there we are.
Just briefly on that shot, we were able to see from the drone cam some of the amenities here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We were mentioning the water slide, so there's a pool, a water slide, a hot tub, the putting green over there, and there's some members that, they can't get on the track right now, but they've come out just to enjoy the pool, enjoy some time in the sun here. Just one of the perks of membership. If you want to find out about membership, get on your web browser, head over to atlantamotorsportspark.com, and you can find out all the tiers of membership as well as the amenities that you would get for joining.
I did a Facebook Live last time I was here at the main track. I did a Facebook Live downstairs in front of the fireplace. And I went to a dirt track that night that I was announcing at, and I said, my Facebook Live started out, when was the last time you went to a racetrack and stood in front of a stacked stone, beautiful fireplace in the clubhouse? And, of course, everybody wanted to know, where were you? That is certainly not the kind of racetrack that we're familiar with in our local racing announcing.
No, I think at a dirt track you have an old 55-gallon drum with a fire in it would be the fireplace very typically. Different lifestyles, but still that same love of horsepower and that same need for speed.
And I was looking at the names etched into the glass downstairs, and you've got names like Andretti and the famous names of racing that cross so many lines of racing, not just open wheel, but of course Mario Andretti involved in a lot of racing in NASCAR, Daytona 500 winner.
That's right.
So many of these, AJ Foyt, so many of these drivers that crossed what we would consider the various disciplines of racing and meant so much to the history of just the entire sport of auto racing.
Yeah, the formative years, they've raced for decades. They've become, they've had their children race, so it's been passed generation to generation. Maybe the name that people talk about being out there is Kyle Larson, might be that next name. I'm not putting him there yet, but he seems to be that talented driver that can go from dirt. He can go to asphalt. He might need some more time, maybe some more open wheel, maybe some road course racing, but Kyle Larson is showing that hunger and that ability. When you put him in a seat and the engine goes hot, he seems to know the way to the front.
I'll have to tell you my A.J. Foyt story. When I was growing up in elementary school, we had 2 books of racing in our school library. One was called Red Line 7000, and the other was called You Were with A.J. Foyt at the Indianapolis 500. And I've read that book. I would check it out every month, and I would read that book. And A.J. Foyt just became an idol of mine, I guess you would say. And so I was announcing the IRL race at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Kenny Brack won that race in A.J. Foyt's car. And I got to meet A.J. Foyt, and I got to shake his hand, and we share the same birthday, so it was interesting for us to talk about that. But it was such an honor to finally, in Victory Lane, get to meet someone that I had idolized as a kid growing up. So that's my A.J. Foyt story.
All right, race fans, I don't have an A.J. Foyt story, so we're going to segue back to the track, I guess, at this point. Although, Charles, I remember A.J. Foyt doing the Craftsman wrench commercials for years that – he was one of the longtime spokespersons.
Well, I was such a fan of A.J. Foyt. Let me tell you this. I found out that when he was home in Texas, that between races to get out his energy, he bought a bulldozer and moved dirt. So what did I do? I bought a bulldozer and I went out and moved dirt. I thought that's what I ought to do. So several years back, I had it wasn't a bulldozer, but it was an earth-moving machine. And so I got one with a front-end loader and a backhoe, and I'd go out and move dirt, and I felt again like I was A.J. Foyt all over again.
We're seeing some instant replays from earlier in race number 2 in our radicals here. You can see that moment, Charles, where Chris Hewn was under some pressure from Kevin
Clifford.
Kevin Clifford applying some pressure, but Hewn was able to fend off that attack and then just head off deep into the distance.
Now look at this great pass right here. That was an outstanding way to work turn number 1. And that turn, as we've talked about before, goes downhill far more than it looks like right there. Here's another shot of turn 1, and you can see how that turn goes downhill. You can see the Mustang almost comes to a complete stop there to negotiate that. Well, the race cars don't do that. They go through at a much greater speed. But Clifford was able to cut that corner short and get the run on Layton. And I think that's where Will Layton learned a lot. He was talking about how he got the learning from Kevin Clifford. And so Clifford showed him how to go high and cut that corner off. Remember, it's always about corner exit.
Yeah, cornering's so important. And Charles, compare this track to maybe something like a Roebling Road where you have long straightaways with maybe 6 or 7 turns on the course. Here, you're just about always, if you're not up and downhill, you're going through a turn. So for 1.83 miles to have 16 turns jammed into that and several signature turns, all different radius, all different camber, this really stresses the driver in a way that other tracks don't.
I don't know if you've heard this term, this person's name at Sonoya or not. B.J. Holly, have you heard that name mentioned? He was a racer at Sonoya for a lot of years. And you talk about Roebling Road. He is the driver who came up with the pit maneuver that the police officers use. And he brings police officers down to Roebling Road and teaches them how to do that pit maneuver and exactly where to hit a car to spin it out. And he was a great racer, and he's a childhood friend of mine who moved to the Atlanta area, and we've talked often about him developing that and the lives that it has saved by being able to do that pit maneuver and avoid those high-speed chases.
You know, I've heard that PIT doesn't, it actually stands for something.
Yeah.
I think police interruption technique, I think is the actual algorithm, or actually a definition of that.
Oddly,
acronym.
you say that because I thought it was called pick maneuver until I talked to him, and he said no, it was PIT, and he explained that acronym.
Hopefully not something you see on track. Here you see Chris Hewn coming off turn 6, a close battle. And really you can see the different lines there. Hewn with that SR3 just has the power to pull away from the other SR1s.
Yeah, I heard you talking to Chris Hewn about the SR3 and what a nice machine that is. And it is just a phenomenal racing machine. And those are available here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So check with the guys at Radical because they just have tremendous racing machines. And I'm glad you asked them about the paddle gears and so forth. A typical motorcycle transmission with 6 gears, I guess it's 1 down, 5 up, just like standard.
Or it's sequential, as they would say.
Yeah. And, you know, the NASCAR guys are having trouble with that this year. They've gone to a different kind of transaxle versus a traditional transmission kind of thing. And so they're having difficulty with that. When they're starting out, they remember what to do, but when they get in a tight situation, they're supposed to be moving the shifter down and they move it up instead. They're having difficulty with that, tearing up a lot of those transaxles.
Yeah, a little easier with the paddle shifters where I didn't specifically ask this, but usually when you squeeze with your right fingers, you go up a gear higher. When you squeeze with the left, that would be your downshift. So more like a motorcycle, you just have to remember what gear you're in. Although I guess if you're on the gas and it's not pulling, you go up a gear. It's real simple from that standpoint.
Yeah, I think we're all familiar with Legends cars. They run here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as well, and those Legends cars have the same thing. They have the same kind of gearing system in with 1 down and 5 up as far as the gear situation works.
Yeah, well, when you say 1 down, 5 up, that's a motorcycle where neutral is
right. Neutral is
between
second
first
position,
and second.
sort of. Yeah. And of course, reverse doesn't work too well in those cars.
I don't even know if these Radicals have reverse in them at all. You're in trouble if you're using reverse out there on the course.
And one of the things they taught us going through Legends Driving School was whenever you start to spin out, make sure to push the clutch in because you didn't want to be in any gear when that car went backwards. If it turned backwards, you blow the whole thing.
The engine would
Here's
potentially
another replay of that.
Yeah, the engine would potentially spin backwards.
So there's another replay of Layton in the 74 getting by Beard in the 139. So that's where the overtaking was. And that was an interesting part on the race course. Look at that as he just speeds by him coming out of turn number 6. What a great shot and what a great maneuver that was for Will Layton.
Yeah, Charles, I could imagine an engine spinning backwards would be fatal to some part of the drivetrain.
Yeah, it doesn't do too well, especially that moment when it stops and then starts backwards. I think a lot of stuff breaks.
Yeah.
There you see all three cars. That was the pass for going for a lap down as all three cars made their way around. And Chris Hewn, he did have to negotiate around those two, not necessarily in the same corner as he did in race number 1. There you see another live shot of our historic cars on the racetrack. We have got to find out exactly what that car is. We've talked about that silver car, the 00, so many times, and yet have not found out exactly what that car is on the racetrack.
Well, this is round number 2 of the Summer Championship Series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Round number 3 will be coming up Saturday, June 18th. Then we'll be back in action on July 23rd for round number 4. Round 5 is August 20th. September 17th, we will have round number 6. And then October 22nd, round number 7. And we will finish up the series on Saturday, November 5th with the 8th and final round of the series. So that's just a look at some of the activities that are happening. And I believe coming up June 18th, not only will we be having the race, there'll be one of those member parties after, and I've heard there's something special coming up for a 10th anniversary party. So viewers, you'll want to stay connected to Atlanta Motorsports Park for social media because they don't do anything small here. When they do it good, they do it big, and if it's a 10-year anniversary party, I can only imagine what the staff here will put together.
It's going to be a blowout, that's for sure. John, you talk about racing late into November 5th being the last race here. It's always great, especially in this mountainous area of northeast Georgia, to watch the leaves turn in late October and in early November as we see the beautiful foliage in this area of the country. And there's nothing more picturesque than this area and sitting here in this tower and being able to look out over the beautiful mountainous area and see what nature unfolds for us.
Well, Charles, you had mentioned that it was just last week. You were over at the kart track. That was round number 3. They have an 8-round series going on over there. Karts will have a little bit of a break. They will be back in action on June 25th, and then July 30th, August 27th, September 10th, and October 29th. That should be a Halloween howler for the kids out there on track. And then the kart series will actually be having a winter shootout series as well. 2 dates in November. They'll race on Saturday, November 19th, and Sunday, November 20th. So sort of a 2-day show, 2 separate races. Then they'll be back December 10th and December 11th. So, Charles, some of those dates we'll be able to see the foliage of the North Georgia mountains turn from this lush green to the reds, yellows, and oranges that will light up the fall sky.
Yeah, it should be a great time. Go into December in those karts. I guess it'll be a little nippy at that point for some of those drivers out there in those karts.
Well, let's not forget the earlier round here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I believe round number 2 was a drizzly wet day where you never know exactly what weather you're going to get here in Georgia. So lots of activities. We still got 9 kart races as well as 6 races on the main track this season.
Were you here for the fire 2 weeks ago, 2 races ago?
That was the opener. I missed that one, but I remember hearing that it was insanely windy but very dry.
Yeah.
And then one of the cars, I guess, went through the grass down here around turn 7 and 8 on this back straightaway, and it got hot.
Yeah, the muffler got against some of the grass that was there, and all of a sudden we had a fire, and it was quite interesting because they extinguished all of the fire extinguishers. No longer did they have anything left in them. The fire was still roaring, and so they just took the fire extinguishers and started beating out the flames with the bottoms of the fire extinguishers. And finally, some other folks came out there with their feet and stomped out the fire. So we came back 2 weeks later, and everything was green and beautiful again. I think the added potash seemed to help help the greenery come up. So no harm, no foul, but it was an interesting day anyway. One of those days that you write down. Last time I went to a race and they had a fire in the infield.
Normally
not in a 55-gallon drum either.
Yeah, and normally you think if it's a car catching on fire. In this case, it's right off the track.
Right, the track caught on fire.
And I remember that day just being so windy, Charles. I was down at Sonoy, and people would unload the hauler, and then a lot of them set up one of those tents to have a little shade there. And I don't think people went more than a couple of minutes, and the tents went right back into the hauler because nothing was withstanding the wind on that day. It was beautiful, except for the fact that we had sustained 20, 25 mile-an-hour winds.
Well, as you see on the track right now, the prototype has gotten back around the Mustang. For a while there, the Mustang had gotten to the lead on the racetrack. We've got just about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes left in this time on the track for the historic cars as they make their way around. And it's great for club members to be able to come out here and enjoy themselves, put their car on the racetrack. Reminds me back in the day of spectator racing, whenever you just bring your car out to the track and you just go head-to-head like King of the Hill. You'd race against somebody, and then the loser would go out, and the next person would come up, and you'd race against them. And I think back in the day, we'd pay like $1,000 to win a spectator race every Saturday night.
And it would always be something like a souped-up Camaro that would be out there and win that race.
A Nova. Man, there was a Nova that was just unreal, and an MG Midget was out there, and then an Opel Kadett. I remember those three cars being the cars to beat always in spectator racing.
Yeah, that's quite an experience for one lap around the track and sort of the first one back to the checkered advances beyond until you get down to the final.
I was announcing a race at Lanier Raceway one Saturday night, and an orange Nova was there, and he wound up crashing the car. And the rumor had it that the next week the guy went to claim his insurance policy and said he had an accident. And the guy said, yeah, and his insurance agent said, yep, you had an accident, all right. He said, I was sitting at Lanier Raceway and watched you bang it into the wall. So, so much for claiming an insurance claim on that one.
Well, he did have an accident. That much was true. The rest of the details sound a little fuzzy on that one.
But great fun over the years as we watch people with their own cars on racetracks as well as those that were made for racing cars. And we're under the final minutes of this one right now as the Mustang and the Prototype continue to go. Prototype, just such a great-looking car. Man, when you think of race cars, you look at something like that and you say, by gosh, there's no question that is a race car.
Well, we're getting some beautiful shots once again from our drone cam here, operated by Jeffrey Farver. You can just see the condos that we've been talking about off to turn 1 and turn 2, that straightaway. We know that people will be moving in soon on those. Just a unique way to experience this track, whether it is a Airbnb that you turned it into, you want to have some business meetings up there, or just make it a show place for your car. And you can have it built out the way you like. That phase is sold out, but stay connected to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. They will be opening up another phase soon, and that's something that will continue to add to the buzz and to the excitement here in the North Georgia Mountains.
Well, this beautiful facility will continue to hold races for a long time. As you said, it's celebrating the 10th anniversary, and we have just been excited to be part of things for the last couple of years here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Great facility, great folks to be involved with, and we hope, fans, that you enjoy what we bring to you each time that we're able to bring these cameras to you and our YouTube and Facebook pages, and hope you enjoy the fun along with us.
Our producer, Michaela Denny, has been keeping Charles and I between the rails today. Our executive producer, Will Rigdon. Charles, I feel like we need to throw a little shade at Will. It's Memorial Day weekend. He's gone up to Indianapolis, and he will be enjoying the 500 tomorrow.
Yeah, I tell you what, Will is having a good time at the 500. And we all, that's something that he does every year, the annual trek to Indianapolis, and to enjoy that. So, man, I wish I could be there. That's one of those bucket list things I've never been able to do.
Well, and Charles, we were hinting earlier at just what a big racing weekend Memorial Day is. Monaco will start off the day. Then if you're here in the United States, you can, about noontime, enjoy the Indy 500. And then as you get towards dinner time, head on over to NASCAR and enjoy from Charlotte the Coca-Cola 600, their longest race of the year, as well as I have Flow Racing, so I'll be able to watch local dirt track racing from various places around the country. It seems like most tracks try to put on a big show this weekend. That's just on Sunday. There'll be lots of stuff even tonight. So Memorial Day weekend, we hope you're going to have a safe one out there. If you choose to enjoy an adult beverage, well, just don't jump in a car or ride a boat around, because Charles, this unfortunately is one of those weekends you hear about stories on Tuesday from Lake Lanier of people that are just out having fun and then they cross that line. So, if you're going to do it, just, hey, go for it. Just be safe out there this Memorial Day weekend.
Our friend Ray Cook on Monday night, he'll be racing up at Tri-County at Murphy, North Carolina, somewhat nearby here. A lot of the guys from this area go up there on Monday night. That's his traditional night to race, is actually on Memorial Day, Monday night. So still racing going on even into the wee hours before we end the Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, I might have to. I'm trying to find a way to go up there just from where I live. It'd be a beautiful drive in the day, coming up some of the roads through here, and then up through the Georgia mountains, up through Neal's Gap, and on past Blairsville. My only concern is the drive home at night. I'd be doing that drive
It's
in
tough.
the dark. Yeah, in the dark.
I get a motel room in Hiawassee when I do that, always, when I go up to see Ray Cook. And if you go up there, don't stand in turn 1 in the pit area, or clods as big as a football helmet will hit you in the face. It's funny because when I went up there before, the guy that I was going with said, "Are you bringing your goggles, aren't you?" And I kind of thought he was laughing. And when I got there, I found out you needed far more than goggles. The haulers that park near there have sheets of plywood they put against the hauler to keep the clods from hitting them so hard. It's it's a great racetrack. But if you get a chance to check it out, it's actually in Brasstown, North Carolina, but everybody refers to it as Murphy. So we got podium presentations coming up in just a few minutes. Hang around for those. We'll be bringing those to you live. So podium presentations coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm Charles Head, along with John Matthews. Again, all of our crew, we thank them so much. Our executive producer, Will Rigdon. Michaela Denny, our producer and director. On camera today, we've had Nolan Roth. We've had Jeffrey Farver. We've also had Branson McMahon and Ethan Denny, and we thank them so much. And, of course, the ubiquitous pole cam that is down in turn 1. So glad that he could make an appearance today. And we thank you for viewing. We will talk to you again in a couple of weeks here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And remember, podium presentations are coming up next. Have your attention, please. Keith Williamson, Jose Garcia, Blakely Fabiani, please report to the podium area. Keith Williamson, Jose Garcia, and Blakely Fabiani, please report to the podium presentations. Your attention, please. Jose Garcia, we need you at podium presentations. Also, Blakely Fabiani, we need you at podium presentations. before today. Jose Garcia, unfortunately, is not with us. I think Jose has already left, but he, as you know, spends a lot of time here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, so he probably relishes the opportunity to be away when he gets that chance. Our winner today and top finisher in Group 1, Keith Williamson. Before you go up there, it's going to be too tall for me to try to reach the microphone to you. Man, you were in a different time zone than everybody today. You just had a great day.
The car was fast today.
Well, the car was fast, and it looked like you handled everything. We went back and tried to look at all of the areas. It didn't look like you overdrove any turn or brake too quickly anywhere. You executed this track perfectly today.
I felt like I didn't overdrive it, so.
Well, you want those days every day when you're out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Keith Williamson, ladies and gentlemen, he sits atop the podium as our champion today for Group number 1. Group number 2, we want to mention Chris Hewn. Chris, come on up here and let's talk for a second. We have no parting gifts for you today. However, we do want to talk to you. Man, the SR3 was just really on point today.
Yeah, it was running well. I've been getting some good coaching from Russ over there, and a few great tips, and just trying to go faster and not wreck it, as I said earlier.
Well, one of the things we want to know, I want to know personally, what's the difference in the SR1 and the SR3? Is there a difference in horsepower, difference in weight? What is the difference?
I think primarily the tires are the biggest difference, but there is a little more as well.
Okay, so there is a bit of an advantage to having an SR3.
For sure.
Well, you certainly put that advantage to good use today. You lapped the field twice, man. Congratulations to you. What a great day for you today.
Oh, thank you.
Chris Hewn, ladies and gentlemen, he was the winner of Group number 2 in the Radical Cars. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Thanks so much for being here with us. It has been a great morning and afternoon. We look forward to being back with you in a few weeks as we continue with round number 3 of our summer series, a spring series that will turn into a fall series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is a great day, and thank you so much for being with us at one of the most beautiful facilities anywhere in the Southeast, Atlanta Motorsports Park.